Good evening, everyone. Couple points of order here. We have a new member, Pam Andrian. Is that right? Okay, thank you. Member just came on. John Ramamonte, our solicitor, was the solicitor a few years ago, and he's back again. Okay. And if he would please call the order, or the roll and call first.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call at least introduce the members of the board. There are 5 member board here, not retired, that's it. And to my immediate left here is Mr. Howard Mosley. Next to him is Mr. Holfelder. We have Tom Simpson as our chair. We have John Marconi. And first matter this evening is 3300 Market Street, and it's the enterprise.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Property, matter before the board tonight, the applicant is appealing an ordinance violation notice. Alleging violation of section 600-61 stating from the operation, stop welding fabricating, not permitted use. To appeal that violation, our position that alternatively, non-conforming use that has existed at that property since the 1960s. The applicant has engaged in the operations, including machine shop welding and fabrication, since they occupancy in 2006. Additionally, the property has historically and continuously been used for those kind of uses, machine, welding, fabrication, operations, dating back over several owners, at least the 1960s, included auto body shops and a steel tank manufacturer. And all these operations involve machining, welding, fabrication, as this owner has, and the board does not believe that it is a by right. We ask that the board find that it's a lawful continuation of the non-conforming use. Finally, alternatively, we've also asked for a variance if the board does not believe that it is permitted use. Just briefly with me tonight, Michael Dravitsky, who is the principal of M&C Enterprises, his wife Helen, who is one of the co-owners of the property, and also Michael Mardinley, who is the principal of Market Street LLC, which is the previous owner, and also the owner of Direct Paint and Collision, was the previous operator at the site. Bob Lynn, who I believe is known to this board, who's an architect and zoning expert, who's been engaged to and did conduct an exhaustive zoning review of the premises, the business, the surrounding and prior uses. Bob will do the bulk of our testimony, but Mr. Dravitsky are also available to confirm the testimony and answer. Sorry for the length of the opening, but wanted to Like us to start? Okay, with that, I ask him to be sworn in. What's been marked as, we marked it as Exhibit A2, Exhibit A1 with the deed, but that's part of the application. So, thank you very much. On our age. On the board is a copy of your CV, which has been marked applicant's exhibit number 2. Would you briefly describe your credentials to the board, please? Very quickly, I'm the principal from architect, civil engineers, and code officials. Have you previously been accepted by multiple municipalities in Delaware County? You indicated that your firm represented 12 municipalities or so with building code officials. Do you also provide any zoning services to these municipalities? Yes, before I mentioned in my opening, we probably use back in earlier. By the way, you can't speak to my screen.
We accept him as a expert. You don't have to go any further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it.
Bob, has your firm been returned to retained to provide zoning services for the property at 3300 Market?
Yes, we have. I'm very pleased to represent Michael Allen. By the way, if you have a physical in front of you, if you're going to match exactly the applicant, put it on the slide if you have one in front of you. So, yeah.
And in conjunction with your representation of comprehensive zoning review of the property as well as surrounding uses of the property, can you describe the property?
Yes, the applicant's three, or the name would be, the first one was Township. This is a deed. Two separate parcels on the property for 83,200 square feet for 1.91 acres. I have 309 linear feet of frontage on Market Street. Market Street is out to the right.
Thank you, sir.
Someone that age to do it. I don't have to do it. Thanks so much. Perfect. Now, just a little bit. Perfect. Good man. All right, so what I was just describing what happened in 3A was simply that Market Street runs up and property has an irregular shape. It's found that one on Tracy. Access to it on Market Street is right over the second. The road going over.
Property consists of approximately 91 acres. And is the property currently developed?
Yes. This is another overview. Market Street, on the railroad. That property is developed. From Market Street, looking at the building to here, 4,400 square. This is a photograph looking again south of Market Street.
Who currently owns this building? Who currently occupies it?
Enterprises is a company operating this building since October of 2000.
Been there 14. Do you know who was there prior to M&C Enterprise?
Prior to MC Enterprises, it was owned by Market Street LLC.
What sort of business was Direct Paint and Collision?
They're an order body shop. I'm actually quite familiar with their operation.
Aware of any other businesses that operated at 3300?
Well, Sam Sabatino again operated under Sam's Atlantic Auto Body. Prior to them. So that's 20. I don't have the full history. That makes me do. But again, issue of tanks for the applicants need for photograph. So we're saying mid-50s. They actually the reason they picked this site was proximity to the railroad was actually built there.
Let's talk about some of the surrounding properties.
We're going to go into applicant's 5-year book and series of photos of legal aid to the county. The first picture is the sign in 24 York.
Please excuse me. This is the court reporter. I really cannot hear anything anyone is saying.
Sound check right now. Can you hear me better now? Hear me better now?
Marie, can you hear him?
I can hear you.
All right. Hey Marie, Bob Lynn, how you been?
Hi, Bob.
Hi.
I thought that was you.
Thanks. Should we? Because I was speaking too quickly. I know. I'll slow down. I promise. Should we go back and do this thing from the beginning?
No.
All right, Marie, can you hear me now?
Now I hear you. Yes, thank you.
Sounds like a cell phone commercial. Okay, let's go from there. All right, so I believe I was describing the surrounding properties. The second picture in applicants 5.
Second picture in applicant's 5 is a picture of the front of the auto body shop immediately to the northern side. Ernie's Auto Repair, that's a side shot quickly. Fourth exhibit is a little building up on the front, in front of Ernie's. It's called Elite Auto Sales. I'm frankly not sure if it's still active. It has a for rent sign in the little building sitting up front. Across the street is the Priority Express Courier. It's a really large operation, which when you saw the aerial earlier, you can probably tell. Okay, here it's moving fast. There is Priority Express Courier across the street. It's multiple acres of building across the street. And then to the rear of our property, which is the westerly side, immediately on the fence line, is Manny's Welding. That's Manny's actual front driveway. And then following Manny's, this is a picture. All these photos from Manny's were taken without actually going on his property. So this is a photo from the rear of the 3300 Market looking through the fence. And that's Manny's sign advertising various welding services he provides, aluminum, etc. Other shots of Manny's operation, again, immediately to our west. Picture of our fence, and then Manny's is behind us with the sheet metal tiling. This is Manny's operation through our fence. And again, Manny's. So these are photos. This one I actually shot through the fence of the side of one of Manny's buildings, immediately to our west.
With respect to the adjacent parcels,
Certainly. Ernie's, the auto body to the immediately to the north is also zone C2. We are a C2 zone parcel. So Ernie's is also C2, as is the little Elite Auto building. Manny's welding operation is zoned residential 2 immediately to my west. So this is a residential zoning property. And across the street, we have an industrial zoning district. The Courier building is an industrial zone district. Based upon the township zoning map, that is correct. No, it's not. I really don't have the history of the property, Mr. Madlowski. All I was able to do was obtain some aerial photographs, and we actually have a separate committee house. 5-A5-1, which is simply a series of photographs of the property behind us. The photographs depict some. I'm not going to go through each photograph, I promise you. But there's a little summary. I'll wait for that maybe to get passed out. Each folder is dedicated to all these topics. Not in the bound exhibit book. So. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I hear that. I wasn't able to hear Adam's questions.
Okay, well, we'll try to work this between us.
all right, now, can you hear me now, Maria?
Just barely. That's worse than it was.
About that.
Yeah.
You hear me now? Hello?
It's very, very low.
I'm talking through a mask, of course. But,
Oh, sure. Forgot about that.
but I mean, it's pretty. I mean, I'm speaking to the point with the chairman about 32.5 feet. Maybe is that right? You can hear me at least in the front of the room. Okay. I'll recalibrate. All right, we'll try. We'll try it.
Let me testify for myself.
I could easily do that, yeah. Happy to do that. I'd be happy to do that.
I just feel the other side is not a place, so I'm too much here.
Here, you can sit here. Oh, John, you can sit here. No, he doesn't want to be.
Wanted to look at these pictures made. I'll make it work. It's not your fault.
Totally agree. Totally.
Second here.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now, Maria?
I heard that, yes.
All right, good. Bob, can you say something into the mic?
Maria, it's Bob. You have me?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, we have a better
All right,
microphone
that's-
here. I didn't- What? Light screen. Okay.
Bob, it's a brave new world, right?
Well, we'll get the bugs out the first hearing at least, and then you guys will be okay, hopefully.
Mr. Lynn, we're
talking about, I believe, the history of the property, and we were discussing the aerial photographs, which is applicants A5-1.
yes, sir.
And it's just a series of photographs, but the very first page inside the photographic package gives a quick summary of, and this is really important later on as we discuss my burden of proof on hardship, what the character of the neighborhood is and whether I'm impacting the neighborhood. So very quickly, if you look at the photographs and the aerials, 1992, there was a very small building there, I mean, like shed size. By 97, there was a nice new building. This is on the Manny's Welding property. By 1999, there was an addition added to the north of that. By 2002, there was a new front building, which was added, separate building. By 2004, there was a west addition on the rear building. By 2016, there was a south addition added to the rear building. And in 2019, we went for the double whammy. We put both the north and a south addition on the building as it expanded. So just a quick little history. I find the aerial photographs of anything interesting, but in this case, they're really important to our case as well.
It's your understanding that the use in that particular property in the residential district is a welding use and machine use?
That is correct. Based upon the signs on the property and other things I see outside. Yes.
How about across the street from 3300 Market? What's the zoning there?
That is zone industrial.
That is industrial.
Yes.
Okay. Turning our attention to the M&C Enterprise business that's been operating at 3300 Market for the past 14 years. Can you describe what their business is?
Yes. Applicant 6 begins to discuss that business. And there's photographs A through D. M&C Enterprises is a multifaceted landscape and landscape support business. The operations are centered around supporting the equipment needs for the landscape industry and the groundskeepers and the physical plant departments of business campuses. So that's the overall view. This is actually a picture out of their brochure. It's probably a little clearer in your books under applicant 6, indicating the services. You'll see machine shop, you'll see equipment repair, equipment sales, snow plowing, excavating, the whole myriad of services that goes with the grounds management business. They have some specifics. They sell new and used landscape equipment. They do routine maintenance of landscape equipment. They fabricate broken and machine parts that are required. They weld repairs and for fabrications. They do snow removal. They do backhoe services. This is their trucks. They have at least 2 I've seen that very quickly advertise. This is applicant 6B, their services, and that says you can't read it with the focus, but it's welding, fabrication, and machine shop, which sit right out front of the building. And the signs that went up in the beginning in 2006, it says M&C Enterprises. It's got excavating, landscaping, sales, used equipment. And there's another sign which went up also in 2006 on the face of the building facing Market Street.
Are you aware of some of their clientele is?
They have an interesting collection of clientele, and applicant 7 begins to talk about them. They represent Elwyn, Fair Acres, Widener University, Granite Farms, PennDOT, Concord Sewer, Concord Township, Mustang Expediting, which is over in Chester Township, Riddle Village, Mainline Healthcare, Riddle Hospital, Chichester School District, and Marple Newtown School District. They have, in fact, that picture there happens to be a truck of Widener sitting right out front, which they were repairing something on the landscape truck on the dump body. And there's another picture right there. That's Marple Newtown School District. Again, they were doing some repairs on a truck.
Are you aware of what kind of services they provide for the Chichester School District? Seeing as we're local here.
There's actually a list of some things they did. Hang on a second. I do not have my list of the services. Oh, you know what it is? It is a specific, let's see. Forward one. That's equipment. They have on-site welding repairs for their grass cutting trailer, repairs to the lift gates on some of the landscape trucks. They fabricated a new floor for the dump truck that's used by the school district. They welded the cracks in the snowplow. They repaired the hydraulic hoses for snowplows. They do basic maintenance for the trucks that the school district uses for their fleet for oil change, hose replacement, and they've done multiple welding repairs to the soccer nets that the school district is in charge of taking care of.
These the photos that you just were these taken by you?
Yes, they were. Every photo you see, other than the aerials, I personally took.
About the inside of the building, do you have any photos of perhaps the equipment or the inside?
Yes, applicants 8 has a series of photos in your books. That's some outside, obviously new equipment for sale, some used equipment, some snow plows being repaired in some capacity. You see salt spreader trucks in the rear. This is a drill press inside. This is a lathe, obviously, a milling machine. And these are welders. These are TIG and MIG welders, different types of welding operations on the pictures there. And just some welding masks. I guess they go with the welders.
Is it your understanding that they've performed these kind of services and used this kind of equipment since they started?
Yes, and applicants AH was a letter from their accountant in your books, which talks about some of the equipment that they owned and they brought to this building as, you know, as accounting for depreciation purposes. He enumerated some of the equipment that came here in 2006.
That show welding and machining type equipment?
It does indeed.
Going through the property and what it's zoned and how it's being used. Why are we here tonight?
Well, we're here this evening because we're responding to an ordinance violation notice issued by the township indicating that it's a quote, the violation notice that a quote, machine shop, comma, welding and fabrication is not a permitted use in the C2 zoning district, end of quote.
Do you agree with that?
I do not agree with the position based upon a couple reasons, and most of them based upon the township's own zoning code and the history of the site.
Okay, let's discuss why you think the violation notice is not consistent.
Well, the township covers this particular district, C2, under one section of the ordinance, which also goes back and refers to C1. I believe I included some excerpts of those in your codes, and I believe I highlighted the applicable sections. Let me borrow my code. And I need the other. No, I have it right here. I'm sorry.
You were discussing Exhibit A9.
Yes, perfect. If you look at Exhibit A9, this is the C1 and the C2 zoning districts. Section 600 of the zoning code covers the C2 highway commercial. And there are a number of uses by right allowed in it, and one of them bounces you back, if you will, to anything in the C1 district. 600-61A in the C1 district talks about a use by right includes, this is 600-52 letter G of the zoning code, a tradesman's shop including carpenter, electrical, plumber, cabinet maker, or other similar establishment. The specific operations list that I've been discussing this evening certainly seem to be another similar establishment. I don't know why a machine shop is any different from any of the other fabrication shops listed in the code, so I certainly think it could be considered a similar establishment.
So in your opinion, it could be considered a permitted use under section 652G.
I believe that's certainly a valid interpretation.
So you disagree with the interpretation of the code that was given by the code?
I respectfully disagree with it. I disagree with what we would call in the business a ruling of the determination of the zoning officer, who's a nice guy, by the way. I think that interpretation could have been another interpretation. And that's really kind of important because if indeed this board agrees with my opinion on that subject, and I'm asking for a ruling of the determination of the zoning officer, I don't actually have to prove hardship under the municipality's planning code because that's simply a request to reconsider the way the ruling was presented.
So if the board agrees that a different decision should have been made in interpreting the zoning code and we could be classified as a tradesman shop or similar use, then we wouldn't really need to go any further in this action.
That's correct.
Applying abundance of caution, do we have an alternate position that if in the event that the board did not take that position or to agree with that position, we also believe it's should be accepted as another theory?
Yeah, our alternative, of course, would be, and I apologize for my back to you, Mr. Pierce. Our alternative would be that we have a continuation of a legal non-conforming use. And we put on some testimony. We can certainly put on other testimony. One of the exhibits we provided was applicants 10. And this is actually a letter authored by a gentleman sitting with us this evening, which is Mr. Michael Mardinley, who was, again, the immediate predecessor to this property being used with this direct paint and collision. And applicants 10, and I'm not going to insult this board by reading a lot, but I'm going to read this one quick letter into the record because I think it's really important.
And again, Mr. Mardinley is here.
Mr. Mardinley is indeed here. And I will do this quickly, but since Maria will get a copy of this, she can certainly copy off the letter, so I won't go as slowly as I normally would for transcription. By way of introduction, I'm Michael Mardinley, and as the manager of Market Street LLC, I was the owner of the property at 3300 Market Street from 2004 until it sold to M&C Enterprises, Inc. in October 2006. During the time I owned the building, I operated my auto body repair business of direct paint and collision from this location. It's my understanding that a question has been raised by the Upper Chichester Township about the ability to do welding at this building. So it seemed important I share what I did at this building as well as some of the history of operations that have occurred at this property for a long time. Part of any auto body collision and repair operation involves burning with torches and welding of body and frame components of a car, so there was an active daily operation when I was there. I owned 3 MIG welding machines and a set of oxygen and acetylene torches to cut metal with, all of which were used in our daily operations at the body shop. And in fact, some of this equipment actually came from Sam Sabatino, who operated his auto body shop repair business here for about 20 years prior to my ownership, so that equipment never left the building when I purchased it from him. Of equal interest is that Fisher Tanks once owned the facility. Their business involved extensive welding operations required to fabricate large steel tanks, so there had been a long-term history of welding taking place at this location. I wanted to share this information because it certainly sets the stage for an understanding of the welding operations that occurred when I was at 3300 Market Street immediately prior to the sale of M&C Enterprises, as well as welding operations for a long time under various owners. I hope this information on the property, of the history of the property is of assistance, signed Michael Mardinley, dated 4/5/2021.
Are you aware of them ever being cited or asked to stop those operations?
I am not.
You indicated that they being direct paint and collision had welding machines, 3 MIG welding machines, I think you said.
That is correct.
Do we have some evidence of that?
Well, we have a few things here that we tracked down which are interesting. This is actually this is applicants 11, and you're almost out of my book, so I won't be much longer. Applicants 11 is a rider to the lease. This is between Market Street LLC and Direct Paint and Collision, and it discusses several things you can see in the exhibit. including equipment that literally just transferred hands at the time that they took over. There was a paint booth there. There's no longer a paint booth there. A MIG welder, a set of torches, paint guns, etc., all part of the prior operation at this location. And that's a lease exhibit dated March 1st, 2006. I further have some photographs Mr. Mardinley provided us of his operations in the building. 2 photographs. These are applicants 12. And that's a picture, obviously, of a welding setup. In fact, it says welding on the arm, gave me the first clue. A welding machine, a tank, obviously, and I included a photograph here for context because you notice a red stripe in the applicant's exhibits. Where's a photograph I took a week ago of the same building, the same stripe, the same location. It is indeed the same building. I just simply wanted to give you context. This was in this building at this location, although the paint looks a little brighter at this point.
Do you know when those photos are from?
I took this photograph approximately a week ago.
Mr. Mardinley's photos.
Mr. Mardinley's were when he was physically in the building operating direct paint and collision. Applicants 12 A and B, and then applicant C is simply a context photo to show you the same location on the same wall.
And before Mr. Mardinley operated his body shop there, it's correct that Sam Sabatino also operated an auto body shop at this location?
Yes, I believe my testimony indicates back to 1982 he was there as an auto body shop.
And going back even further, you indicated that Fincher Tank operated from this building?
That is correct. The majority of their business, again, was welding and fabrication and shipping by rail.
They made large steel tanks, is that correct?
They made all sorts of steel tanks. I don't know the details, but I've certainly seen their tanks in refineries.
So welding and fabrication and assembly operations appear to have been part of the history of this site for many decades.
Absolutely.
By multiple vendors, right?
Absolutely.
And why is that important?
Well, because once an operation takes place in an open and recognized manner, not covertly, and when I say not covertly, trucks sitting out front with welding names on them, et cetera, that operation under the code, under the township's code, becomes a legal non-conforming operation, even specifically not allowed by the zoning code. And it's called a legal non-conforming use under the municipality's planning code and under the actual code in the township.
And our position is that those uses should be considered legal non-conforming uses currently.
That would be our position to the board. Yes.
Is there a section of the code that addresses that topic?
There is indeed. And that section of the code will be 600-217. And there's one clause which is very, very specifically applicable to our case. 600-217 is a single sentence, and all it says is all structures, lots, uses of structures, and uses of land that do not conform to the regulations of the district in which they are located after the effective date of this chapter or amendment thereto shall be regarded as non-conforming and may be continued so long as they otherwise remain lawful, including subsequent sales of property. That's an important part, including subsequent sales. So these uses flow with the land, if you will, similar to an easement or other capacities.
And it's your testimony that the past 3 users all had uses that included torch burning, welding, assembly operation?
Yeah, yes, fabrication, assembly, burning, absolutely, yes.
And you're not aware of any violation notices the township ever issued for those prior operations?
I am not aware of any violation notices. The township has them. They have not been, made available to us.
Did the owners of M&C supply you with any documentation that substantiates the previous uses at this site?
Well, Pannoni did a phase 1 environmental report, and there's pages here, and it's applicants 13. And this was a report that was done in 2014. Thank you, Barbara. And there's little pieces and clauses of that report you'll see, and they talk about. I highlighted certain sections for the board. November 2014. They talk about Mr. Fisher of Fisher Tanks. They talk about on page 3, reportedly the site was first developed in the mid-1950s for steel processing associated with the former Fisher Tanks facility, manufacturing tanks. Following Fisher Tanks occupancy, the site was used as an automobile repair shop. That's where I got my piece of history prior to Sam's Atlantic that it became an automobile repair shop. I don't know that owner's name. Railways are located adjacent to the south of the subject property. I certainly discussed those. Next page. The subject property is improved with a rectangular shaped building which occupies the same footprint as that observed at the time of inspection. That's referring to in 2014 when this report was authored by Pannoni. It refers to the same aerial photograph from 1958, so it's the same building from 1958 that existed again in 2014. Finally, on the next page, reportedly the site was first developed in 1950 for steel processing. The site has been used as an automobile repair shop since the mid-1960s. So these are certainly supporting pieces that represent the prior history of the site prior to the Davisky zoning.
I think it's significant, and can you confirm that a significant portion of what they do involves working on vehicles, landscape vehicles and dating vehicles?
It certainly does, and I think my photographs in the earlier exhibit showed trucks, attachments to trucks, bodies of trucks, salt spreaders on trucks. Anything that's part of the groundskeeping, landscaping industry is what is their specialty, frankly.
So at this point, we've discussed what we believe are two clear logical arguments why the violation notice should not have been issued. First, our argument was that it should be qualified as a tradesman shop or similar use by right. Secondly, if the board did not find that the current activities are the continuation of legal nonconforming uses at the property. And so we believe these opinions easily support our case. In the event the board does not agree, we're also requesting a variance. So I ask you if we can go through this. Are you familiar? First of all, are you familiar with the standards for variance that are set forth in the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code as well as the local ordinance?
And it's the first time an attorney ever failed to say, with an abundance of caution in the alternative, because that's usually the language you hear moving into this point of the hearing. So I'll add that for you. Yes, I'm very much familiar with the hardship required in order to, under both the Township's Code and under the MPC, to grant a variance for hardship.
So directing your attention to, I believe it's section 100-213, we go through some of those standards and as to how they apply to this particular property?
Quite easily. I mean, basically the enabling language, which is the first piece, the section you're referring to, Mr. Matlowski, is the board shall hear requests for variances when it's alleged the provisions of the ordinance inflict unnecessary hardship on the applicant. So that's the enabling language setting the stage. There then become 5 very specific tests for variances, 2 of which are more dimensionally related, 3 of which are more use related. Again,
do you have an opinion as to whether that hardship, necessary hardship, is applicable?
well, I mean, I think it's been represented that the applicant bought the building 14 years ago with the specific purpose of doing what he's doing. That was his intention. If he cannot do what he's currently doing under his intention to purchase the building, that certainly creates a hardship on him for not being able to operate his business. Again, there's been 14 years of operation without any issue whatsoever, no violations, no notices, nothing until this moment. There was no reason to believe that proposed use wasn't a valid use. The 2014 public sales listing, in fact, I think that's our last exhibit, is, and I won't insult you by reading this entire exhibit, but the 2014 sales listing was very specific, and it was a public listing that nobody seemed to have any argument with, and light industrial building. Direct paint and collision, 3300 Market, and it goes on to say, and as such is suitable and functional for continued use as either a contractor shop or an auto repair facility. The building improvements consisted of a single-story freestanding light industrial building that is operated as an auto body shop / towing facility. So the actual sales language when the building was advertised for purchase and purchased were there, and it even talks about the paint booth and the overhead hoist and cranes and everything that have been in the building for a long time. So that's applicants 14 I was just reading to you. So the specific items which I think are really very important if we've wandered from use by right to legal nonconformity under our obligation to prove a variance. Let me just go back to my overview picture. I think I can move up quickly here. All right, look at that. Okay. So I'm just putting up on the screen for discussion purposes. This would be applicants 3 A and B, which is an aerial photograph. If you look at the actual variances under the section of the code, and I'm under 600-211 A2, and then there's letters A through E. Letters A and B are dimensional. We don't have a dimensional issue here. Letters C, D, and E talk about use. And letter C is that that such unnecessary hardship has not been created by the applicant. I mean, you could argue this either way, but my position would certainly be that it was purchased for this purpose. That was the intent to do it. He didn't create the hardship at all. The building's been functioning and operating that way for a long, long time, and he's continuing to operate the way he believed he could operate the business. I think we could easily substantiate that position. Letter D, that the variance authorized will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or district in which the property is located, nor substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent property. Well, when I look at applicants, that was 2, applicants 3, when I look at where we are, and I described this in prior testimony, I mean, I have a parcel here which has a street running north-south, a rising overpass, so a retaining wall is required to cross a railroad immediately to the south, an industrial operation across the street, an auto operation immediately to the north, and then probably the most important is immediately to the west, and I'm tracing Manny's yard with the multiple buildings, and if you look at the aerials, you'll see this is the final version as it exists in 2021. In a residentially zoned district, it's a long, narrow parcel. It's literally a slice from the railroad up. It's operating a complete welding operation and yard with trucks and everything else to the west. So I don't believe in any capacity. I can't see how I'm impacting what's going on immediately to the west, and I'm certainly not impacting anything this is a quasi-industrial section of the township.
So is it your opinion that the issues does not alter the essential characteristic of the neighborhood?
It does not alter the essential character of the neighborhood in any capacity. In fact, it matches the essential character of the neighborhood. And finally, is it the minimum variance I can ask? I would represent to the board that in minimum relief to operate the business he's been operating for 14 years. There's no other way to ask the relief except for saying that's what he's been doing for 14 years, and that's what he needs as a minimum, which is simply to continue to operate the building for what he's been doing.
Lynn, do you have any closing thoughts with respect to your findings and all that you've seen about this property and how it's been used by others and the current?
I do have a summary, and I'm sure you breathe a sigh of relief because I'm finished, that means. But my quick summary is, I mean, it seems like a very straightforward and logical case. It seems straightforward and logical to me.
That's fine, but we haven't even had enough.
Can't hear you.
An opportunity.
But he's apparently summarizing, going over his testimony today. Before we even had a chance to ask questions or present the township.
You can ask him questions after he closes. There's, the objection is not allowed.
Okay, thank you. It's 14 years he's been here, 14 years of operating history. There's nothing hidden here. There's trucks out front with names on them and welding operations and all things. The trucks in the brochures that are put out there advertise fabrication, machine shop, welding. 65 years of history of fabrication at the site, 65 years. The last use clearly did everything that's existing there. The complete industrial character of the surrounding property. I mean, it's basically an industrial pocket. No matter what the zoning says, it's just become developed as an industrial pocket, especially with the welding to the west. I think you could classify it as a C2. I've said that in my earlier testimony. I see it's a tradesman shop. There's no issue in my mind why we couldn't classify it under the zoning law. I'm not sure what we're trying to really protect here with a decision that says this can't happen. I mean, this is the type of small business that the township, and frankly, America needs in general to endorse and protect. This is a little operator business. I mean, I'm proud to say I had to take my thing to Upper Chichester to get it fixed. I mean, there's a lot of dirty blue-collar businesses that function from municipalities that are important to all of us out there. So I'm just asking the board to acknowledge it's a use by right, or if you don't agree with me, recognize the continuing nonconformity of the business, and recognize that it's a tradesman shop.
I have no further questions for Mr. Lynn.
Mr. Simpson, would you entertain, inquiry and cross-examination by the
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Township, please, if you have any questions you would like to ask this witness or anyone else.
Thank you, we do.
Look at my mic over here. All right, I'll turn this way. Thank you. Oh, I gotta move to the mic. Thank you for giving up your seat, by the way.
May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Lynn, good evening. My name is Michael Pierce. I'm the solicitor for the township. I'm going to direct your attention to applicant's exhibit number 6. There were a series of 1, 2, 3, 4 pictures. First of which is an advertisement.
Correct.
Do you know when that advertisement was prepared? Do
I do not.
you know who prepared it?
It was prepared by the owner of the shop. It's currently circulating as an advertisement.
And where is it currently circulating as an advertisement?
Well, there's brochures on the counter within the shop. I actually picked up a brochure from the counter, so my source was simply picking up brochure.
So this was actually inside the building on the counter.
That's correct.
Let's look at the next picture. What is that?
This is one of 2 trucks, Mr. Pierce, I observed when I was there. There's a slightly smaller one. This is the larger one. It looks like a crew cab truck. M&C Enterprises, their phone number, welding, fabrication, machine shop on the rear door of the truck.
Let's look at the third picture, sir.
Yes.
What is that?
This is a sign that is literally on the beginning of the climbing retaining wall on Market Street at the entrance to the property.
And it indicates that this is M&C Enterprises Incorporated, excavating, landscaping, sales, and used equipment, correct?
That's a correct reading of the sign.
Can you tell me where on that sign, if anywhere, not to be facetious, it indicates that this is a machine shop, a welding shop, or any type of a repair shop?
There's no specific language there.
Thank you. Let's go to the fourth picture. And what is that?
That's an identically worded sign to the sign that's the pylon sign up front. This is over the main entrance to the building at the first garage door. I would say exactly the same language, Mr. Pierce, as the first sign. Yes, the only thing it's missing is it doesn't have 3300 as the address on that sign, which was on the previous exhibit.
And you'll agree with me that any of the fabrication, the welding, that type of thing would occur inside of the building, is that correct?
Well, some of the welding actually occurs outside of the building if a part's too large to move in, such as a repair of a snowplow. But most of the welding and fabrication, because the heavy machinery, the drill press, the lathe, the milling machine are all inside the building. The welders are portable. They actually will take those out to one of the landscape contractors or the campuses on a truck, the MIG welders, and actually weld on site off premises as well as on premises.
And did you have the opportunity to review the township's file on this particular business?
We actually saw part of it. We filed a right to know request, and we're told there was very little available on this particular property when Mr. Madlowski filed it. But there is, as part of the file, a listing of, I'm referring only to the sale. I have it in my packages.
How about if we do it this way, Mr. Lynn? I'm going to show you 2 documents for a business use registration permit and a business use registration application. We'll mark those as township 1 and 2.
I do not have these documents, Mr. Pierce, so thanks for providing. The business use registration permit from February of '07.
That's when the business began, correct?
It began in '06, but yeah, it was approximately the beginning. Okay, I'm reviewing it.
And what is the business listed on there?
M&C Landscaping Incorporated, 3300 Market Street, Twin Oaks, PA, use landscaping and equipment sales.
Anything about machine shops, fabrication, welding, anything along those lines?
Not on this piece of paper, no.
I'm going to show you the second document. Can you identify that, please?
This is a business use registration application, and the date
And
is.
for the record, I'll indicate to you that that is the application that would have been provided in order to get the permit.
Okay, this is the precursor to the document.
That is
Fine.
correct.
Um,
That is correct.
Michael Dravisky, Helen Dravisky,
And they are the current owners, correct?
they are indeed the current owners. Type of business, landscaping, and then this one says / excavating.
Anything else on there for that type of business?
No, but you indicate this was the document that led to this, and yet this says landscaping / excavating, and this says landscaping and equipment sales. So somehow it morphed between the application and what the township applied.
I'm well aware of that.
Oh, okay,
I'm well aware of that.
you're asking me to review it, so.
So those were prepared presumably by the owner in anticipation or requesting the township to issue them a business or a business license for that particular property, correct?
Okay,
And it was issued, right?
this is certainly an issue.
Right? And it was factually signed by the zoning officer, Mr. Romali, right?
It is indeed signed.
And I'll indicate to you that that is Mr. Romali's signature on the bottom of it.
Okay.
And do you know whether or not those are indeed permitted uses in the C2 district?
Landscaping,
Yes?
landscaping practice, landscaping, I mean, landscaping to me is something that's done out in the field, that's why.
All right, I'll ask Mr. Romali. If you don't want to answer it, that's okay. I'll ask Mr. Romali when he testifies.
Okay. I don't have a response only because the word landscaping to me can mean many things.
Correct. Does landscaping mean welding or fabricating to you?
Depends whether it's associated with a landscaping operation.
So by that application, the two-page application, a zoning officer or an individual within the township would have no knowledge or direct information about whether or not there was going to be a fabricating or welding shop located at that particular property, correct?
Certainly the piece of paper there, it says what it says landscaping.
Right, it says, and actually the application, which was filled out by the applicant, says landscaping and excavating, right?
I don't know what dialogue took place in association with the application, I wasn't there.
Okay, well, we can ask your client if that's how we want to go about it. We can do that as well. And in fact, every year, there was an application for a business license for that particular property, correct?
I assume that's the township's policy.
Okay.
I don't have this available.
All right. And are you aware that if there is a change in the nature of the business, that there would have to be a new application or an application amending the current business privilege license?
It makes logical sense.
And are you aware of whether there are things like annual inspections of the business located specifically at 3300 Market Street?
I do not know.
Do you know if there were fabrication, welding, or other types of machine-type shop work done at the inception in 2007 at this particular property?
It has been represented to me, and I can only present it first in the very beginning.
And who represented that to you?
The owners, and that's why the MIG and the TIG welding machines came across the line at the transition between the prior owner and this owner, because they were used in this business as well as the prior business.
And do you know whether or not a machine or welding or fabrication use is permitted anywhere else in the township?
The word welding is listed in the industrial section in the ordinance that I saw. It's also listed as, it talks about the same tradesman shops as it does in C2 and C1. It also lists it in I, and it has the word welding in I, but not in C2.
And the fact that welding is specifically listed in I, would that cause you any pause or concern that welding would not be a permitted use in C1 or C2 because of its specific listing in the I industrial district?
I'm not certain I would draw that conclusion.
But you'll agree with me that welding is specifically listed in the I district, the industrial district, correct?
It's absolutely correct. The word welding is in the I industrial district as though it's a standalone operation. So that my response to you, Mr. Pierce, is if it's associated with something else that's occurring that's by right, it certainly could be an ancillary use that the ordinance is simply silent to in the C1 and C2 district.
And the specific zoning violation or ordinance violation indicates that a machine shop welding fabrication is not permitted in the C2 zoning district in which your building is located, your building meaning the 3300 Market Street.
That's the exact wording on the violation.
And that's why we're here today, because you and or your client don't agree with that. Is that correct?
That is precisely the reason the safety is here.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions at this time, Mr. Chief.
It's an I. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any other questions of Mr. Lind at this point in time. I don't know whether Mr. Matlaski has any other witnesses.
I do. I'd like to briefly put on Mr. Mardinley, if I could, who's the previous owner. And it'll be very, very short with him, and then I'll put the Mr. Trubisky on.
Yes.
I do.
Mr. Mardinley, could you state your name for the record, please?
Can I remove my mask? Michael Mardinley.
Mr. Mardinley, are you the principal of Market Street LLC?
Yes,
And the previous owner of the property that's the subject of this hearing this evening?
yes,
And as well as Direct Paint and Collision, were you the owner of that business? You're
correct.
still the owner of that business, aren't you?
Yes,
But were you the owner of the business when it was located at 3300 Market?
yes,
Were you present during Mr. Lynn's testimony regarding your business operations there?
I was.
Can you confirm whether his testimony was accurate regarding what you did and when you were there and all that?
Yes, it was.
Had you met and talked with Mr. Lynn about your time there and advised him of your operations, those kind of things?
Through email only.
And did you prepare the summary of your use that Mr. Lynn testified to as one of the exhibits that was offered?
Yes, I did.
And again, his account of your operations and property and everything he testified to, was it true and accurate in your opinion?
Yes, it was.
No further questions, Mr. Martin.
I have no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just the owner, Mr. Trubisky. Mr. Trubisky, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Michael Dravitsky.
And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Mardinley, but were you present during Mr. Lynn's testimony regarding your business operations at 3300 Market Street?
Yes.
In your opinion, was his testimony accurate and true?
Yes.
Did you meet and talk with Mr. Lynn regarding your business and your property?
Yes.
Did you advise him of your operations and accompany him while he reviewed your business and your property?
Yes.
And did you provide him with some of the exhibits that were shown?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Duvitsky, it's during cross-examination, the township asked Mr. Lynn regarding your description of the business, or the description of the business when it was originally went in as landscaping and sales or something to that effect. Can you tell the board and everyone here what your business consisted of when you started operation at 3300 Market Street?
Yes, we repair, fix equipment, weld, fabricating. I'm a machinist by trade. Been doing this my whole life.
Did you also have a direct landscaping business?
Yes, and I sold equipment. I've had many businesses, but mostly, welding, fabricating, machining. That's what I did all my life, plus landscape and fixing stuff for people.
Was a significant portion of the equipment that you worked on, was it landscaping equipment
Yes.
and excavating equipment?
Yes.
And Mr. Lynn testified that you do done work for various townships and school districts. Is that basically on their excavating or landscaping type equipment?
Yes. That's basically what we do. Work on equipment and landscaping.
Do you use welding when you're doing that?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
And have you done that since you started business in 2007?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I'm sure Mr. Pierce has some questions for you.
May I? Thank you. Mr. Dravitsky, good evening. You're familiar with your application to the business office at Upper Chichester Township for a business use registration,
Yes.
and you submitted that in 2007
Yes.
when you first started the business.
Yes,
Did you have to renew it every year after that?
yes,
And in fact, when you had to do that, they asked you what type of business was being conducted at that property, correct?
yes,
And it says type of business, describe principal business operation conducted. And your response was landscaping and excavating, correct?
yes, and sales of used equipment.
Well, I'm going to show you the document that you provided to the township in order to get the business use registration permit. And I'm going to ask you what it says under principal use.
Can we identify the
Yes.
year that that was?
As soon as you identify. That's your application, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's 2007, correct?
Yes,
And that was approximately a year after you had been in business already, correct?
yes,
You indicated on there that it is landscaping and excavating, correct?
yes,
There's no other businesses listed there, right?
no,
In fact, it asked for a description of any secondary business to be conducted at the property, correct?
yes,
And that's blank, right?
yes,
And you've indicated to this board that you were doing fabricating, welding, and repairs from the time in the inception of your business in 2006 until the present.
yes.
But you don't list that on the application.
Well,
Why is that?
because you gotta fix your equipment.
Well, did you do fixing of your equipment or
And-
other people's?
And other
equipment?
people's equipment, because that's what we did when I left my other shop.
So that was another type of business that you did. It wasn't just repairs on your equipment, it was repairs on other people's equipment, correct?
Yes, and on mine.
When you applied for that particular business license, you knew that the property was zoned C2, correct?
Yes,
Are you aware of whether or not repairs of the nature that you spoke of is a permitted use within that district at the time that you applied for your license?
I assumed because it was a welding and fabricating shop the whole time, that's what I could do there, fix and repair and bring my machine shop and welding from the other shop to that building.
Okay, but you did not indicate that that was what your intention was when you went into that and when you registered your business there, correct?
Yes,
And for every year that you've renewed your license, you've indicated to this township that you are operating a landscaping and excavating business out of that particular building at 3300 Market Street, correct?
yes,
And you filed your taxes that way? Correct?
yes,
So in other words, based on the information that you provided to the township and provided to the township every year in your business application, the township would have no way of knowing that you were doing anything other than repairing your own equipment and operating a landscaping and excavating business there, correct?
yes, and sales of used equipment. And the other one say sales of used equipment?
It doesn't say it on here, but
But-
on your application, but I'm asking you, the township would have no other way of knowing that you were operating a fabricating, welding, and other equipment repairs at that particular location based on the information you provided, correct?
Yes,
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Did you ever hide your welding operations?
no,
Have you done business with?
yeah, we weld outside and inside, and the doors are open right on 452. I mean, if you,
Don't you ever come out and inspect?
not that I've ever seen, not that I've ever seen, except when I moved in, that was.
When you moved in, did you have those?
Oh yeah, we brought everything, it was all in there. I mean, it wasn't organized, but this, we moved in and had all that from the other shop we brought.
Mr. Dravitsky, I'm going to show you what was previously testified to as exhibit applicants 14,
Yes.
which I believe is was testified that it was a real estate advertisement regarding, do you know when that was produced? Is that, or let me ask you this, was that something that you saw when you were buying the property?
Yes.
Okay. Does that say anything about, to your mind, regarding how the property's used or how the property could be used?
No.
Well, if you look down, let me ask you this. I will represent that we did highlight this part, but if the second to the last paragraph, do you see a highlighted section?
Yeah. Such.
Can you read that sentence?
Yeah, and all my glasses. As such, it is suitable and functional for continuous use as either a contracting shop or an auto body repair factory facilities.
And again, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to that. A real estate listing that he obviously didn't prepare. We have no information who prepared that, whether it was accurate or not accurate when it was done, whether he saw it. I'll stipulate that he saw it, and that may be why he bought it, but that doesn't give him the right to operate that shop without the correct zoning.
In response to the objection, I would submit to you his testimony is relevant as to, my next question to him was whether he saw this before he bought the property and whether it was his understanding that he could do that. Whether that entitles him to it or not is not necessarily the issue. I think it goes to why he felt he didn't have to write anything additional on the application and why he moved the equipment in and did that operation.
Yeah. State of mind exception.
It's really,
Yeah,
it's not. First of all, I would say, and Mr. Pierce is well aware of this, the formal rules of evidence do not apply in zoning hearings. It's section 908 of the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. And secondly, we're not offering this for the truth of the matter. We're offering it for the effect on the hearer, which is Mr.
Well, you've never said that. You're asking whether or not he relied on it, whether he went through that and accepting it as the truth that it was an appropriate use. I understand the exception being a state of mind exception. He may have relied on it, but that doesn't necessarily, he may have an action against the person that prepared that. But that doesn't bind the township in their situation.
I think, first of all, I think it's admissible. And secondly,
How do you rule, Mr. Chairman?
Actually, denied.
thank you. So, Mr. Dravitsky, the document that we just talked to, did you see this before you purchased the property?
Yes, I did.
And did you rely on this in thinking what you could or could not do there?
Yeah, basically, because that's what we do. That's why I brought lathes, weldings, and my shop to this building to do what I was doing.
You indicated that the township came out when you first opened,
Yes.
and your equipment was there.
Yeah, I
Did
had
anybody-
everything in the building.
Did anybody from the township tell you you ought to change your application based on having that equipment there?
No.
I have no further questions for Mr. Dravitsky.
None.
Thank you, Mr. With that, Mr. Chairman, we have no further witnesses. But I would move for the admission of our exhibits.
No objection.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That would be A1 through A14 and the exhibits A5-1, which were the.
Would the township like to enter those two exhibits?
We
also?
will, yeah. I'm going to authenticate them through Mr. Romali when he testifies.
Okay.
May I proceed, Mr. Simpson? Thank you. I'd call Charles Romali, please, the zoning officer. Need to be sworn. Charlie.
Mr. O'Malley, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Malley, can you please state your position with the township
I am the Township Zoning Officer,
and how long you've been the township zoning officer?
33 years.
So you were the township zoning officer at the time of this application for the business in 2007?
Yes,
I'm showing you Exhibit Township 1 and Township 2, which we previously referenced, which is number 1 is the business use registration permit, and number 2 is the application itself. Do you recognize those?
yes,
Is that your signature on the permit, granting the permit for the use?
yes, it is.
And what was your understanding of the use at the time the application was made?
That it was going to be a landscaping and equipment sale business.
And you issued the permit based on that?
Yes,
And is landscaping and equipment sales a permitted use under C2?
yes.
Is a welding shop a permitted use in this particular district?
No, it's not.
When did it first come to your attention that there was a machine shop, welding, and fabrication going on in this particular building?
The township received a complaint that there was a sign up on the fence at the entrance to the property.
And I'm going to show you what we'll mark as T3. And I'll show council a copy of this. And is T3 an accurate representation of the sign that you received a complaint about?
Yes, it is.
And would you indicate for the board what is listed on that as business operations at M&C Enterprises?
Equipment repair, machine shop, welding, and fabrication.
And your problem, at least initially, with that business was the actual placement of the sign on the fence. Is that correct?
Correct,
Didn't have anything to do with what was going on in the shop.
correct.
So once you determined what was going on in the shop, did you have occasion to issue a citation?
We issued a zoning violation notice.
And that was what's been here, and that's what we're here for tonight.
Correct.
And are there other areas in the township where welding and fabrication is a permitted use, specifically in the zoning code?
Yes, it's in the industrial zoning district.
All right. And is it your understanding and is it your interpretation that the operations that are occurring at 3300 Market Street, as they are currently constituted and were testified to, is a violation of the current zoning ordinance?
Yes,
Are you aware of whether or not there were any other violations or anything issued to prior owners for that property?
no,
Did you receive any complaints about those types of things?
no.
The information that you had about what operations were occurring within Upper Chichester Township at 3300 Market Street were based solely on the application for the business license, is that right?
Correct.
Did you actually have a meeting with the owner of the property prior to issuing the license?
Yes,
Did you discuss what was going to occur at that property?
no, just trust that the landscaping and equipment sales was going to be conducted at the property.
All right. Did he mention anything about the other entity or the other things that were going on in this particular property?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Howell, you said that your first contact with this property recently.
Yes, for the sign that was on the fence.
And they were advised to that.
Yes, they did.
Regarding that complaint,
Adam, I can't hear you.
Can you tell us who made that complaint?
No, it was an anonymous complaint, but we get a lot of anonymous complaints in that area about signage.
So the complaint was only about signage?
Yes,
Let me ask you, you said that welding is a permitted use in the industrial district, right?
yes,
Welding is not a permitted use in the residential district, is that correct?
correct.
And the property immediately behind this does welding, fabrication, et cetera, right?
Correct.
So that property has an industrial use, right?
That has a non-conforming use. That business was there prior to me being the zoning officer.
Well, but my question was, there's an industrial use there currently, is that right?
Correct.
And there's an industrial use across the street from this property, isn't that correct?
I believe that's in zoned industrial.
Right. So this property is surrounded by industrial uses, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the property behind, it's your position that that is non-conforming and that is grandfathered?
That is, that business was there prior to when I became the zoning officer.
So they've never had to go to the zoning board? They were never cited like this and told that they needed to go to the zoning board or get any special permits?
Yes, they did have to, there was a violation notice or a request for some type of addition on the garage. And he was told to apply for a zoning variance, and the zoning board sent him a letter telling him that his business was prior non-conforming and that he didn't need to apply for a variance.
So were you here when Mr. Lynn testified as to the various additions to that property?
Yes,
And was he ever required to get zoning relief was he required to get zoning relief for any of those?
no,
Despite, and you're obviously familiar with your own code, is that right? Familiar with section 600, 222 of the zoning ordinance?
under 222.
It's under non-conforming uses. It deals with enlargement of non-conforming uses.
Six hundred 222.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have it in front of me.
Okay. Would you agree that section C says that increases to non-conforming uses cannot be increased by more than 25%? The
Yes.
area devoted to non-conforming can't be increased by more than 25%?
Yeah, that'd be 600 222C.
Do you agree with me that it's pretty obvious from Mr. Lynn's testimony and the aerial photographs of the property behind that the non-conforming use, the supposed non-conforming use behind has clearly been improved since 1992 by more than 25%?
I would have to go over and measure. I don't know when those additions were put on. I know he did get permits for a couple of those additions.
Well,
Mr.
maybe
Chairman,
we got
that
permits.
property isn't on trial here today. We're talking about a specific zoning violation.
Correct.
For 33.
Let's go on from this. This is non-productive.
Well, it's of interest to us why the property to the rear was allowed to expand and do all that without getting the
Are you
required
asking
zoning
for-
relief, whereas this gentleman was shut down.
Are you asking for expansion of your property?
No, I'm not. No, we're not. We're asking,
Okay.
we're asking to be allowed to continue what we think is a lawful use of the property.
Okay.
But
Let's stay with your property. We understand that there's industrial in front and behind. You've made that clear.
Do you have any doubt that the previous uses, including the direct collision, Sam's and Fisher Tank, all use welding and fabrication as part of their process?
They were auto body repair shops.
Fisher Tank was not an auto body.
That's before me. Although I was a little kid in that neighborhood.
But do we agree that Fisher Tank did occupy that property for quite some time?
I have no idea.
Have any doubt with Mr. Lynn's testimony?
No, I
regarding-
wouldn't doubt his testimony.
Ask you this, do you agree that the use that my clients have there is in accord with the essential character of the other uses in the neighborhood?
Well, it would be if it was zoned for industrial, like across the street.
No,
Zoned
I'm asking you the use, not the zoning. I'm asking you if the use is consistent with the other uses in the direct neighborhood.
Similar.
Isn't it almost exactly the use of the neighbor behind?
Similar.
No further questions.
We're going to go to the board members now. Any questions? Concerns? Anything you want to ask this witness, or anyone?
Excuse me, Mr. Simpson, the only other, I don't know whether there's any neighbors here also. I mean, we're, very well.
I have a question. Is the welding and burning and stuff that's taking place there having any negative impact on the
I couldn't hear your question, I'm sorry.
people that's
Make sure later, right, pressing that button.
is the welding and
We did receive one complaint from a resident who was backed up in traffic at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he was up on the bridge, and there was welding going on outside, and you could see the welding flashes. And he just called to complain about that. But that was in the time period while they were under appeal. So we just let that go till now.
Still don't hear you.
Certainly.
Yes.
No, nothing.
We're 8 till 4. 8
operation?
Yeah, 8 till 4:30.
Okay.
And we usually weld basically inside, not unless it's too big to bring inside the building.
Do you have shields?
Oh yeah, we have all that.
Are they used outside to keep flash?
Yes,
welding
we
flash
have
from,
screens. Yeah, they're tinted yellow welding, actually screen for welding. So nobody, like even my guys, so those got people walking around the area are protected by it.
And there's company rules that
Yes.
to make sure that does take
Yes,
place.
Yes.
I have a concern. Of course, I'm always behind the applicants for improving our township. I have a concern. I'm always on the side of the applicants for improving our township. And I want to make that clear. Although it's not the authority of the zoning board to look at property maintenance or even OSHA compliance, I looked at some of these pictures here and it scares me. I've worked in businesses like this in compliance for OSHA, and if you want to put up, I don't know who's running the thing here, but there is a picture here of, maybe I can just show it here to the people. There's a picture of a very cluttered floor near welding machines, and here it is. My concern is that if we approve this request, that these properties, especially inside, that's terrible, are looked at probably by Mr. O'Malley for safety and health and compliance to OSHA. I'm sure Charlie knows the OSHA requirements, but this scares me. I don't mind having a weld shop. I even done some welding in my life. But the shops inside look terrible for safety and health. So I don't know if it's not, again, the zoning board's a requirement to make decisions on this, but I think after this is over, that we have somebody look at your operation and clean it up. So I have.
I understand what you're saying, Jim. Yeah, do we have requirements for,
That would come under the fire marshal and the property maintenance code.
okay, in industrial, in other words, we go in and check?
If there's a complaint, they don't go in on an annual basis, but if there was a complaint, it would go through the fire marshal's office.
Only if there's complaints.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna go out to the audience. Anyone for this application? Anyone in the audience? Anyone against the application?
Seeing none, anyone in the audience, visual or virtually for this application? Wait a minute. Anyone against this application? Seeing none, we'll take a short recess. Okay, we're back on. I waited till you moved for it, but it went back. So.
I know.
Waive that requirement.
That's right, that's right. That's good. Good enough. Lasky represented to the board that he had signed the waiver of the right to receive. Therefore, this one I'd like to.
Is anyone speaking? I can't hear anyone.
All right, the board is going to vote on the application this evening, ma'am, and the application is essentially whether or not it's a non-conforming use is what the applicant or appellant has asked the board to decide. Is the use that's there a non-conforming use and continuous use in operation? And the board is going to vote on that application this evening, and at this time I'll poll the board. I'd like to poll Mr. Howard Mosley. How do you vote? Approve. Number two, I'd like to request Mr. Holfelder. How do you vote?
I approve it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Marconi, how do you vote?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Andrian?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The decision is unanimous. It's a non-conforming.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
You know about everybody else, right? Just you?
No, that give it to John.
I did.
Okay.
Shall I call the next matter?
Yes, give us a couple seconds here. Okay. God, this is another long one.
No problem, sir.
Yeah, give us a couple more seconds. Give us a little bit more time.
Mr. Simpson, is the next matter 4260 Bethel Road?
Wait till all the members are back.
That is- is that-
Yes, next one is 4260.
Very good. I'll call that when everyone's settled.
There we go. Okay, John.
All ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, the board is assembled. The next matter on the agenda, Mr. Chairman, is 4260 Bethel Road. Application on February 15th, 2021. Applicants proposing to subdivide into 6 lots. 4-6-21-1, the petition of Ellen Diamond for variances and special exceptions from zoning ordinance number 678 adopted December 13th, 2012. Variances number 1, section 600-124A1E, to allow structures to be located less than 20 feet from the edge of a very steep slope or steep slope on lots 1, 2, 3, and 6. And a special exception, 600-124B1C, to allow driveways in an area of steep slope, lots 1 and 6. Location of the property is 4260 Bethel Road, Boothland, PA, and it's zoned R1. Owner of 4260 Bethel Road here with you. Why don't you tell the members of the board who you are?
No, my name's David P. Damon. I'm the engineer who prepared the plans. I'm president of H. Gilbert Damon.
Right, Mr. Lee, why don't you tell the board what it is you want to do, and I'll swear you in.
You would prefer if I describe the project?
All right, Mr. Dunn, we'll come to nothing but the truth.
I
I
do.
cannot hear you.
I do.
I swore, I gave him the oath, and he swore to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. I'm David P. Damon. I'm president of H. Gilbert Damon Associates, and we prepared the plan that's before you tonight. I have a rendered version of it up here on the board. That's the same as plan is before you. Property is 4260 Bethel Road. It's a property of about over 9 acres. It's zoned R1, and it's but it's surrounded by Bethel Road on the north side. Spring Run goes on the southeast side, southwest side. It's bounded by residential properties on the northwest that are zoned R2, and residential homes along Upland Drive on the east side that are also zoned R2. Ms. Diamond proposes to subdivide the property
Not hearing anything.
Madam, I was asking whether or not one of the witnesses is here on the application, whether she wanted to get closer. So I'll let Mr. Damon continue. Mr. Damon, why don't you continue?
So right now on the property, there's an existing 3-story home. It's a historic home along with a barn, some outbuildings, and that's situated in this area on what is called Lot 4. And the property is proposed to be subdivided to add 3 buildings to the west of that, fronting on Bethel Road, and then 2 single-family homes also on the east side where it adjoins Upland. So the property is somewhat unusual in that it's a large property, 9 acres. It's a lot of the ground is along Spring Run. It's a large floodplain area, so the floodplain line is situated to the northeast of Spring Run. Also has 3 pipelines that traverse the property. They're situated near the bottom of the valley. They traverse from the northwest to the southeast across the property. And then there's a band of steep slopes and very steep slopes that parallel Bethel Road. The dark area shaded on the plans is a very steep slope. It's over 25%. And the lighter shaded areas are slopes that are between 15 and 25%. So as was mentioned in the zoning application, from section 600-24A1E, the ordinance says that you need a variance to allow structures to be located less than 20 feet from the edge of a very steep or a steep slope. So on lot 1 and 2, buildings are proposed to be 20 feet from the very steep slope areas, but small portions of the building on lot 2 and about 2/3 of the building on lot 1 is slope area that's between 15 and 25%. And on lot 6, the building is about 75 feet from the very steep slope, but it's situated within areas of steep slope. Lot 3, again, is also about 75 feet from the very steep slope. And a very small portion of the building falls within the steep slope district. On the other special exception we're asking for is from section 600-124B1C, and that's to allow driveways in an area of steep slope. That is, so we have a small portion of the driveways here on lot 1 and 2 that's within that area, and a small portion of the driveway on lot 6 that falls within the steep slope areas. The ordinance is somewhat inconsistent in that it says separately that single-family residential structures are actually allowed within areas of steep slope as well as driveways. But the way the wording is, special exception and variance is required because of the 20-foot distance that's called out in part of the ordinance. So, but there are inconsistencies. So the proposal doesn't call for any disturbance of the very steep slope areas, which are the more environmentally sensitive areas. And the subdivision would put in safeguards to mitigate the disturbance of those areas, such as there'd be stormwater management, seepage beds for all the impervious areas, so the new driveways and houses would be drained to underground stormwater beds that are shown on the plan for lots 1 through 6, where there's new construction. So all new construction would be controlled so that the stormwater would actually be reduced. And specifically, there'd be improvements. Right now, a portion of the site drains to the east towards the homes that are on Upland Drive. And the proposed construction of a driveway would help direct and capture that runoff and take it to the rear where it would go into a stormwater management bed that would handle that runoff, and then it would discharge it in a direction that would be more towards Spring Run, so it would reduce greatly the impact on the adjoining properties. Also, there would be erosion and sediment controls that would be in place during construction to prevent any adverse effects of the grading of those areas. And the erosion control measures would be utilizing large compost filter socks, which are large tubes to capture sediment, And then it will also use erosion control blankets to stabilize any areas that are disturbed. But the key thing with this project is that even though it's a 9-acre site, a very small portion of the property is being disturbed. And we've done all we could do feasibly to avoid disturbing these steep slope areas by placing the homes up at near the front setback lines and going with a very low density development where we're not trying to develop by putting in a road where we would maximize the number of houses that could be placed on this property, being that acres. And that's because of the steep slopes and because of the need to really be environmentally conscious of it. So that there'd be no adverse impact on any of the adjacent properties, and actually I think we would improve the situation. We're not disturbing the very steep slopes, and we're minimizing the disturbance to those areas that are steep slopes. Only 5 houses, and a 9-acre site, so it's very low density that avoids most of those areas that are in that conservation district. Kind of repeating things, but only the minimum amount of the conservation districts of steep slopes will be disturbed, and the erosion control stormwater management will prevent erosion and sedimentation. So the houses are going to all be built on natural grade. There's no fill that they would be built on. And on lots 1 and 2 and lot 6, they would be daylight basements so that they would work with that 15 to 20% slope that they're on, so that the rear of the house will be a daylight basement. The front would be approximately 9 feet higher. So they fit into that sloped area. So we don't really need to construct any retaining walls. The house itself acts as a retaining wall with that daylight basement. So the property kind of has a hardship due to its unusual topography and its the fact that there's a large floodplain and a large area that's occupied by the petroleum pipeline, and that there's this band of very steep slope that comes pretty much through the middle of the property. So large portions of the property are very difficult to develop, and this is a hardship that wasn't created by the applicant. And again, we're surrounded by pretty much R2 residential. We're developing R1 here in accordance with what it's zoned, and we're complying with that. And we would be consistent with the nature of the surrounding area, and that would not alter the character of that neighborhood at all. So that sums up what I wanted to say tonight. If there's any questions by board, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, I'll start. I'm noticing the topographic map. I'm noticing since on lots 1, 2, and 3, when all the trees were cut down on that property and sludge was put on there, you may not be aware of this, about 10 years ago, there was...
No, trees are still there.
No, they've grown back. It's 10 years growth. You have changed the topography.
I have to say, I've never had trees down on my property.
Someone did.
Not on my property, or neighbor's property that wasn't our property.
No. Are you putting in sidewalks and curbs?
Yes, yes, so as
I
part
don't,
of,
I don't see that on the plans.
the plans do, show the existing edge of road, but yes, as part of the subdivision process, we're required to put curbs and sidewalks. We're not gonna be asking for a waiver. I don't think we would be granted a waiver, but yes, so curbs and sidewalks are going in, utility poles have to be moved back, but yes, that is part of this process.
Okay, yeah, I'm just looking at the topographic map that you wrote and the one that we had in 2005 when we heard this case before. And it's different.
April 6, 2005.
Correct. I was chairman at that time. And I'm just concerned about the highway, as the state issued you a permit to be able to put driveways onto that state road?
Well, that certainly, should we get approval here tonight, we go through the whole land development process.
Because last time you had 6 driveways coming out. Now you've combined and made common driveways.
Well, I think that's what PennDOT would prefer there, and site distance is limited in certain areas there. There's a bend in the road, there's a high point in the road where the existing driveway is. So I think we want to try and, minimize the driveways that come out, so we would try and go forward that.
That's a very bad hill to pull out. It's going to be, I've pulled 2 people out of cars that are upside down. Numerous accidents at the location. One of the guy got him out and he hobbled away. I don't know what was going on there. But yeah, those are very dangerous. They need to have a cut back, back to the right-of-way line.
Well, one thing that's a benefit of putting in the curb and sidewalk is there's a pretty steep embankment along the road, especially as you go to the east. And trees are right up there, so it'll be cleared back.
Same
level.
level.
Widened sidewalk, so it'll be flattened out. So the site distance will be much greater. I don't know whether that's going to slow people down, probably not, but site distance will be much greater than it is present.
You'll keep the sidewalk that abuts the property. That'll be continued. It won't go up.
Yeah, the same sidewalk that's an upland would have to, and that curb line will continue, so we'll have, about 17 feet from the center line of the road.
Okay. Last time, I would like to know if you can move the driveways that are on lots 6 and 5. Whoop, wait a minute, let me make sure that's 6 and 5,
Yes.
Still the same. Driveway over on the other side, closer to the existing house.
Yes, that's something that,
Because
we would certainly consider that as a condition of that.
Because last time you said you would put a buffer
Well,
between.
that was a different engineering firm.
Correct. Last time the owner stipulated that she would allow a buffer to go between the people looking out their back kitchen windows right into that driveway. She'd put a buffer. If we could put the driveways over on the other side, everybody would be happy.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah.
Part of that is PennDOT. I do see a problem with that. It puts us closer to the high point here. So if we move the driveway there, it really cuts down the site distance to the left, but PennDOT may say you need to move it all the way down to the end. That's more or less why I have it there. But, we may be able to bring it in further and put in a row of evergreens, a buffer along there that would accomplish the same thing.
Could this property not be developed with 3 houses? Is there any reason, it could be, you could develop this without any variance or any special exceptions with 3 houses?
Well, I think it would be, wouldn't come close to paying for widening that road and putting in curb and sidewalk, which is going to be a requirement by the commissioners.
Okay.
So, getting to the, back to the variance that you're looking for here. as far as building close to a steep slope or a very steep slope. So have you guys had any, as far as the homeowner or the, I don't know if there's a contractor's been hired or if plans have been drawn up, that it's even possible to build? It sounds like this steep slope is more like a pretty decent sized incline rather than just a little hill. Are you going to be able to build a house and put that house 20 foot from the type of incline that I think you're talking about?
Yeah, so right now we're staying, here's the part of this, the steep part of the property where it's greater than
Right, that's it.
25%. The 25%, it falls 2.5 feet and 10 feet. It's steep, but not really what we.
Has there been any kind of survey done? Not from the environmental standpoint, but from the building standpoint, as far as, you said you really didn't want to do retaining walls, the basement kind of acts as, I guess it's what are you doing, poured walls?
Yeah, so it would be a standard poured concrete
Right.
foundation, like any house would be. It's a daylight basement, so the slope that's right here is really just about 15%, so it only falls very
Right,
very
15%.
small amount.
Right, okay.
It works out fine for a daylight basement. The grading is shown on the plan, so we studied the grading to ensure that we could do this without needing to disturb that very steep slope area that's shaded on.
Well, sometimes it's not disturbing the slope itself, it's disturbing the soil and the pack that's below it. Kind of that's where you're gonna, and I would imagine what you don't want is, you don't want to upset that soil, and then 3-5 years later, after rain, storms and this, then you start getting embankment failure. And I think that's kind of why that in the zoning code is written. You don't want to build next to, a hill that eventually might have issues. And I think that's what, my point is, number one, did somebody say, I think we can get for a 15% grade, as long as we're 20 foot, we're not the 50 foot that the zoning calls for, I think we'll be okay. Or is that just kind of the perception that we're?
That's my area of expertise. So
Okay.
the zoning code says you need to be 20 feet from very steep slope, which we are. We just happen to be not 20 feet from the steep slope. But the zoning code also says you're allowed to build a house in the steep slope conservation district, which is consistent with a lot of ordinances that we work with throughout the county.
Okay.
So this is, in my experience, and I've been a civil engineer for 38 years, this is a very de minimis impact on steep slope conservation area, especially given this piece of ground being 9 acres and we're building 5 houses. I mean, there's a lot of other challenging issues with this, for this to go forward. Bethel Road, and so forth, and we're going to be required to meet all those, the township land development.
Right. But as far as tonight, for us, for the board, kind of what's being presented to us is, we kind of got to get past that variant of the setback, the footage, and that's it.
And again, this is something where there will not be any question of the stability of the ground here, because we're not putting in a large retaining wall right at the edge of the steep slope. We're putting in a footing that's 3 feet below grade, that's going to be on good soil, that's going to be able to support it, and 20 feet away, the worst case scenario is where it starts to drop off to be steeper.
Another question, where are you've shown where the pipelines are. Where are the power lines?
Power lines,
They've got high voltage power lines
they
going through the
go, they
property.
go along that, that same,
Are they closer to where the houses are gonna be?
area. They're sort of above the steep slopes, so they're right on the edge of this, the pipeline that's further is northeast. So they're along that, bottom of slope area there, there's a clearing. So they're nowhere near the houses themselves.
That's what I wanted to know, yeah. In other words, they're away, they're the opposite, on the other side from the houses
Down
where
near the bottom of the slope.
where the pipeline are, okay. Questions? Oh, yeah. They're 22-inch, they're big pipelines, 30-inch and 22. Not yet. Anyone in the audience for or against this applicant? Yes, you may. Would you like to become part of it and be sworn in?
The hill that at the top.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to state your name and address for the record, and then I'm going to ask you to
Clements.
take the oath.
Charlotte Clements, and I live at 4345 Bethel Road.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Address the board.
Anyway, I've lived there all my life. Bethel Road, the top of the hill. People come over there 90 miles an hour. Now that may be a bit of an exaggeration, but I've had many people end up in my yard because they've hopped the different yards when they come down the hill. They run into the embankments and flip, and boom, they're in my yard. And when it's winter time, Bethel Road is awful because it's not plowed as frequently as it should be, and it's not salted. I've come down there like this, trying to get in my driveway, and it's difficult getting out onto Bethel Road, living there with all the traffic that comes through, and especially the way they speed down there. So I was wondering, is there going to be a traffic light at the corner of Larkin and Bethel? Because it's only a four-way stop sign. And that in itself is dangerous because I hear many collisions down there. And it gets to be hairy at times and bothersome, you know. And I was just wondering if that, could be addressed. Plus, I'm worried about the gas lines. Are they going to be using dynamite and stuff around there among those gas lines? I mean, my whole neighborhood could go kaboom.
No, there would not be anything of that nature. So there are no deep excavations that are required here. And township would not allow use of any explosives.
And how many total houses is there going to be?
5. So there's 5 plus the existing house.
on safety.
I love that old house. I love that old house too.
She's done.
The original people who owned it used to have a goose, and that goose would come out and chase children when we would be waiting at the top of the hill for our school bus. Nephews would not leave us alone. We were always running from it.
So I have a question. What was her name? I'm sorry. Charlotte?
Yes.
Charlotte. So Charlotte, I have a question. So if this project moved forward,
Over here, Charlotte.
Charlotte,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay. And nobody, my wife doesn't even look at me. So, question, if this project did move forward, what are your concerns, being a neighbor that might be impacted? Like, what's your main concern?
I would say excessive traffic and the fact that I was afraid they were going to be a demolition on the pipelines.
Yeah, well, as far as, I mean, the pipeline or the high voltage, before they really did any kind of work there, it would have to be approved. As far as traffic, like the board questioned, before something like this would be approved to move forward, PennDOT would probably do traffic. Yeah, they put counters and stuff like that out there to see what the impact is going to be by 6 residents. They have numbers that they factor in. So your concerns, your valid concerns would be addressed at that point, moving forward. It kind of, makes you feel better that there is somebody out there, looking out for you. There's kind of measures that have to be met before a project like that could move on.
Plus, ma'am, they said, I'm upfront. They said they're going to cut back the road, which will give you more area, and then the driveway. In other words, you can come to your end of the driveway from this property. They'll be able to come to the end of their driveway and be able to look out onto the road before they actually pull out into the road, because there's going to be curbs and sidewalks there. So it'll be a little bit safer.
Another question I have, what side of the street are they going to be taking land to put these curbs and sidewalks in?
They're gonna cut down the bank that's there right now with the old stone. There used to be a stone wall there, because when they hit those walls, they knock stones out onto the road. That'll be pushed back towards the old house. Okay, that's going to be pushed back towards the old house. They're going to move the telephone, electric lines back. So that'll be back beyond the curb and sidewalk.
Okay, I was just concerned that they would be going to put the sidewalks in on my side of the street, which would take my property.
That's not their property. Their property is on the opposite side.
Okay.
Any more questions from the board?
The township is really happy with, I'll call it a double driveway, common driveway to begin with. Can you tell me why you're not on the property line and why you're on somebody else's property?
Well, that's something that we worked through with the township to see how they would like to do it. We did a subdivision maybe a couple of years ago where they were separate and then they just came together right at the street. But I think the intent is to minimize, PennDOT's going to want to see is to minimize the amount of driveways. So we can put them so they stay on each lot's property and then just combine where they come together at the street. So that again, we're only adding 2 driveways to the site. We're going to the 3 existing. And we can treat the property lines so that they work that way. this has to go through, very rigorous, planning, township engineer review, and and I think that's probably what we would do is just keep them separate and then bring them together right at the street to address, the concerns the township might have. That doesn't really affect where we're getting into the steep slope disturbance, because that happens down here away from, the street.
Well, my concern is having your driveway on someone else's property, you're gonna have easements and agreements and all that, and they don't always follow the wordage. Trust me, I know, I have that problem. So you're gonna have disagreements down the line if it's not like on the property line.
Yeah, we put the property line there, but again, there'd be a small easement right where the driveway is itself. And the township solicitor would have to approve the language that goes on the deeds for that, to make sure that those are adhered to by the owner. But I understand your concerns, and that's something that I think the planning commission would have the same concern.
I know, I used to be on it, that's why I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Anyone else in the audience for or against this applicant? Okay, anybody in the online? Oh, we have one more that just came in.
I've been listening on TV,
Oh, excellent.
and this has something to do with me. And I didn't know if we would get to it tonight, because the first one.
Sorry. For or against this?
I guess.
Okay, against. Do you want to be sworn in and be part of the? You maybe have her sit right there, John.
And I'm going to say my piece first. Would you please say?
Sure, it's Rita Yakovet, 4368 Trophy Drive.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Oh, yeah, because I couldn't hear. Okay. So, oh, yes, yes, yes. Well, that's good, though.
She's just good, yeah.
The only concern I've been listening, so I just live 2 minutes away from here. And when it opened up the questions, so I'm actually at the bottom of that slope. So the house, the big house, is up the steep slope, and it's all woods. And then it goes down. Then you have the gas lines, and then you have the creek. Then you have our yard. We're on the other side of the creek. What my concern is, when I heard that runoff would go into the creek from the water, it will already flood. That is already, our land is already considered a wetland. So what I'm really worried about is, I know there's a lot of water runoff when you build new homes and driveways and everything. That could flood every time. And then that comes into our yard. So that's what I'm concerned about when they said they would have pipes and drains and all, and it would, that new creek is right there. And I think that's a big concern. And our neighbor that lives right next door to me, she's even lower than we are. So that could affect her home. That's a basement potentially flooding.
I'm sorry, that's hearsay. She's not here right now.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
No, I know.
We can take
I mean,
it
I've
as
been here
hearsay. It's
18
fine.
years. Yeah, I know. But that's a concern of mine, because I don't know what these lots are either, where they're actually located, 1, 2, 3, 6. So
I could show you here. I could show you here on the
yeah,
plan.
I couldn't see that.
So when I mentioned about directing the water towards the creek, it merely was having to do with the situation here, because right now the neighbors that live closer to the property where they're building on upland get runoff from the ground, and it's just that the driveway would direct it away from them, and there would be a stormwater management system that would handle runoff.
But where would that
So the
drain?
township, so then it would be right here, and again, if it's going to discharge it, it needs to go like another 150 feet before it gets to the creek. But township has a stormwater management ordinance that requires any new development here actually has to reduce the runoff, so it's gonna reduce the peak rate of runoff, it's also gonna reduce the volume of runoff. So these are large underground structures that'll have to go in, and they're going to, reduce the rate of runoff, they're gonna infiltrate runoff into the ground to an extent, so that it replicates what's going on now with the wooded area.
I did hear you say there would be, I don't want to say reservoir, that's not the word used, but an area.
A seepage bed is what
Yes.
is they're commonly known as. So they're underground, so the roof runoff and driveway drains get directed into the, and they're underground, and they're up here, you know, 200 feet really from your house. And they're gonna discharge into the ground water system, and then they're gonna manage the water in a way that it's very similar to that's very rigorous, again, review that's done by the
All the homes are along Upland?
But that, so
I
there's
mean, all on
5
Bethel.
new homes that all run on that.
Two on Upland and three on
Yeah,
Bethel?
these all have driveways that go after that, so they're all on that.
Because that's a problem too, because it's hard to see people pulling out of driveways as it is now on the other side where there's homes, because on the side of the home that you're talking about, I know there's no driveways. So, their driveway, that's it. But now you're having more driveways, so now you have driveways coming from Upland. You would have driveways on your right, driveways on your left. And you'd constantly be, I mean, that's really kind of a glutton for punishment with cars driving on that road.
Yeah, so
No matter how well you do it, there will, I can tell you, there's accidents because our home actually, Larkin and Bethel, that's right almost. To get to our home, you basically have to go in a big circle. So that, my next door neighbor, I mentioned them before, so I'm sorry about that, but I do know that there's accidents there all the time. So I think that could really be, I'm not trying to take away from anybody, but I've lived here 18 years and I see it, you know. So it's tough. It would be really tough to fit 5 homes in there right now. Really, really.
So we're trying to do it so we only add 2 driveways.
Yeah, but that's still
Have to
5
get it.
homes, and there's still
And
5 homes and 2 cars per home. That's 10 more cars minimum, so that would be, no matter how many driveways there are, you still have the same amount of cars going in and out. And I know it's difficult. I mean, people, they really can't see very well. You know?
So one of the things that is a benefit is that their bank can be cut down so you have much greater distance. Curb and sidewalk built, the roadway would be widened across this whole frontage. So I think that would be an aid, but again, traffic's an issue.
Really, and so you would, okay, fix it on this side with the new homes, but the other homes on the other side still would have to deal with that too. Doesn't have anything to do with me, but I could tell you now, that would be terrible. I wish some of those folks were here to be able to see what it's all about. I don't think there's, to be honest with you, any benefit at all to be having 5 homes built where the homes are already close enough together. I understand that there's a lot of acreage back there, but I consider it more of a wetland and woods. I think the township would be better off to be able to have a little hiking path back there to let people walk rather than be having homes, you know? So because it's, That's kind of where I'm getting for. I'm trying. I remember being here those years ago.
Ironically, your home used to be part of this property, and because somebody had the foresight to make a development, you now have a beautiful home. So,
But I understand that, but I'm not, because I was here when you wanted to do it the last time. And I know it never got approved.
but we did get approved, we didn't sign any paperwork for the time It's when the, mortgage, problem happened, so we wouldn't be able to sell
Okay,
the property. So
okay.
it's what it
And
is.
I know it's a lot of acreage to have to pay taxes.
25,000 is something.
I believe you, I believe you. So, but, I'm only saying it from, I just think that it is built up, enough that,
Well,
I
5 new
can't even
houses for
imagine that.
9 acres is pretty low density for.
One real quick question.
Thank you.
These,
Thank you very
there's
much.
four houses and one house that's going to be a flag lot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone in the virtual, anyone out there for or against this application, please call in. I am. Just giving them a little bit of time. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll be right back.
No.
Okay, we're back on. All right. Getting her to sign. Very good. See if I can fold all this up by the time he's ready.
Just want to make sure.
Mr. Chairman, I have the applicant was kind enough to waive the right to receive written decision within 24 hours. The applicant was kind enough to sign a waiver of the right to receive written decision within 24 hours. So at this time, the board is free to vote on the application. I'd like to poll the board if I could, please. Mr. Holfeld?
Denied.
Denied. Mr. Mosley? Mr. Marconi?
No.
And Miss Andrea?
Denied.
Mr. Chairman?
Denied. Okay.
We take the next application?
Yes, we will. Mr. Holfelder's got to go.
Yes, that's right.
You're welcome.
I did it.
Okay,
These hopefully will be fast.
What's our application?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
16 years ago, you approved it. What's the difference?
We approved some things and we denied some things. If you want,
The steep slope was approved.
well, if you want to read the transcript, I have the transcript.
I would love to transfer that.
Okay, I'll get a copy made for you.
Mr. Chairman, may I call the next matter?
Yes, you may.
All right, members of the board, we have a vacancy now. We have a family emergency. Mr. Holfeller had to go home this evening. But we still have a quorum of the board, so they're able to make decisions, all right? Okay, so we have application for 1832 Plum Street. And Upper Chichester Township received a written application on March 2nd, 2021. Applicant is requesting rear yard setback from 50-foot required to 20-foot request for construction of an addition. So the application is the petition of Christine Thompson for variance from zoning ordinance number 678 adopted December 13th, 2012. Section 600-22A8 rear yard setback from 50 feet required to 20 feet for the construction of a 20-foot by 30-foot addition. The location of the property is 1832 Plum Street, Boothwyn, Pennsylvania, and is zoned R2. And we have here this evening Christine Thompson, am I correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the gentleman to your right there?
My husband, Douglas King.
Okay, very good. Now, Ms. Thompson, would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Christine Thompson, and my address is 1830 Street, Upper Chichester.
Now, will the both of you be testifying this evening? No, just, okay. So then I'll ask you to take the oath, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Ms. Thompson, why don't you tell the board what it is you want to do?
Sure. So I'm not here as an engineer and developer. I'm actually here tonight because of my daughter, and I have some parents aging. They are now in their 80s. With a lot of health conditions.
I can't hear her.
You can't hear me?
Why don't you take your mask off?
Sure. Okay, so I'm here because I am a daughter of parents that are aging. We have diagnosis of macular degeneration.
Let's do one thing.
Sure.
Can you hear? Ms. Court Reporter, can you hear?
I could hear better. Can you make it better?
You can actually pull it off and.
Why don't I
and hold
have
mic.
the young lady come here?
Okay.
And sit here. Why don't you sit right here and
Sounds good.
testify into this wired microphone?
Thank you.
Is that better?
Much better.
Good. So as I was saying, I'm here tonight because I have parents that are aging, and I am their daughter. It's actually my mom and my stepdad, and we have diagnoses, a new one of heart disease, macular degeneration, arthritis. They can't really drive anymore. My mom's the last time driving, pulled out of church and thought she had enough room to get by the Jeep, and the Jeep totaled her car. Fortunately, she was okay. So for a living, I'm a registered nurse, and I work in senior living, and I have all of my career. And I've spent my career taking care of other people's loved ones, and now I want to take care of my loved ones. So I'm asking for permission to build an addition on my house that will, I think we have to have 50 feet, and it's going to cut me down to 20 feet. I have a split level house, so the addition will be on the part of the house that's kind of underground a little bit. So there'll be a zero entrance. So that way, when the time comes that someone needs a wheelchair, they'll be able to wheel right in the house without any difficulties. They are not financially well enough off to go to an assisted living or a senior living community such as mine, where it's $7,000, $8,000 a month. And I honestly want to take care of them. My parents took care of me. I want this opportunity. I know their years are numbered, and I want the opportunity to be able to come home and enjoy them, spend time with them, go to church with them, have dinner with them, but give them their own space so they don't feel like they're kind of impeding on my, privacy, and my husband and I will have our space. I also have a support system in the area, so I don't want to move. I have a granddaughter that lives with me who attends Chichester High School, and will be going on to nursing school eventually, so she'll be there to help. My son and daughter-in-law live in Delaware County Media, and my son works from home. My daughter-in-law only works 2 days a week, so they'll be around to help. My mom's sister lives in Delaware County. And I have neighbors that are very supportive too. So if I'm at work and something happens, neighbors have keys and could go in and provide some assistance. So my husband works 12 minutes from home, so he can get home fairly quickly too. So I'm here to ask you to give me that variance so that I can have the privilege and opportunity to have my parents come with me. So as a nurse and their conditions continue to decline, I'm there to take care of them.
Do you have any pictures or of the surrounding property? In other words, who's behind your house? What is exactly behind your house? Another road with backed up?
So no, I have homes behind me as well too. And many of them have already received variances and put additions on their homes as well too. And we did contact everyone within 500 feet of us, certified mail, to make sure everybody knew that we were asking for this variance.
Cards, okay. Now, do you have any pictures showing that the variances that the other properties that are adjacent to you or behind you, they have
Pictures of their actual,
of additions that they put on? Barb, we really need to get that camera set up. So you're saying people on either side of you have additions, or down
Absolutely.
the streets have additions? building
behind
the
me,
back?
next door to me, yes.
Okay. For clarification, you have, I don't know if this is your drawing or the drawing says 30 by 20.
That's correct.
You want to go 30 feet back and then 20 feet.
Is that correct? Yes.
20 wide, okay. So you're asking for 30 feet from a 50-foot rear yard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe we can turn that light down. Yeah, if you could.
Why don't you let this?
I think that's that switch right there. Just push it down, yeah. It'll go lower. Thank you.
Can we go back to the first one? So that's the neighbor, and that is an addition on the back of the house there. And there's another shot of the neighbor and their addition. Same.
Can you describe to us what is the addition that we're looking at? We see a light brown house and we see a flat.
So the light brown is mine, and you see how much further this one comes out because that's the back of their addition. The gray house, yes. And then this is an addition as well.
What are we looking at? What is the addition?
Am I missing that?
So there are no houses behind you. There's another road behind you. No houses behind you. Yes, no?
Go ahead.
You should think you.
You go to the mic.
Can you hear me? It's Sean McLaughlin,
What do you decide, Sean?
1838 Plum Street. Yes, I do. Go back to that first picture. So, there. The tan one's Doug and Christine's house. The tan one is Doug and Christine's house. The brown one is our house. We have the identical addition on our house that they want to put on their house. So if you scroll through it, there's a perfect view from their yard to our house. One of those pictures. Right, stop, go back, right there. That is Doug and Christine's house, the light brown one with the stucco, and that is our house. Their addition actually will not even come out as far as our house. So that gives you a pretty good view. So,
When did you go to the
2006, yeah.
Now, to the left of that picture, that your house,
Yes,
what is behind you? You know, to the left.
that is that's the master bathroom.
No, I'm saying the property. In other words,
Oh, to the left
behind
behind
you,
us, there's houses behind us, yes.
their houses, their yards butt up against your yards.
Correct, yes.
The addition you're talking about is where the A-frame turns and comes out.
Yes, the addition will come out, their addition will come out the same as ours, not even as far as ours.
Now, what's that behind? That's your addition, the lower roof that I'm looking
Yes,
at?
that's the master bathroom, our addition. If you scroll at the other pictures, there are other additions that are pretty, the neighbor to the left of me that's behind me. Right there, that's behind my house. Not far, those 15 will even be back close to their house. Their house kind of splits our properties. It's not directly behind our house.
Right.
Is your addition gonna have the same height?
Yes.
Yes.
It'll be almost identical. They just have a split level. It actually will not even be as high as ours probably.
Any questions?
Looking at the plan, it just says nothing.
We have the drawings of the actual addition, if you'd like to take a look at it. I'm also the contractor too. Yes.
Okay, anyone?
Scroll through another couple of houses, that house is back right of me, and they're not even 15 feet off the property lines. Last I didn't really measure it. That's an addition on there also. There was an addition, yeah. That far of the house is an addition, and then that's all. Back is pretty much on the property line. That's our house, yeah. That's the addition we were approved for in 2000.
Anyone in the audience for or against this applicant? Seeing none. Anyone online want to call in? We'll give you a minute or two. Okay, take a quick 5-minute, we'll recess, we'll be right back.
Okay.
Do we want these pictures? No, probably not.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll take them out.
I'm gonna hold these up. And they're labeled with the exhibit numbers. Okay, I have one more.
Yes, please, yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, we would have worked in the dark.
Get him to sign a waiver, John. Okay, John? Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this one. I was thinking, like, as soon as they showed all those pictures, I'm like, oh, no.
Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect that Ms. Thompson has signed a waiver to receive written decision in 24 hours. Now we can poll the board. I'd like to poll the board if I could, please, Mr.
Yes, you
Mosley.
may.
In favor, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Simpson, Mr. Marconi?
Yes.
Ms. Andrian? Thank you. Application's approved.
So,
It doesn't mean you can do anything. Can't do anything until you get the written decision.
Thank you.
And you have to go to the building. You know,
and,
permit-
and don't use that ladder that's hanging on the fence to build your addition. I think it's very unsafe.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's a waiver. I don't want to put that in the
Counsel,
waiver.
you all ready? Yes. All right, pal.
We are.
All right.
Everybody's hoping.
Can I just cut out the middleman and go
Right here, you got it.
He seems to be the shortcut around here.
What is this?
No, we are the one above that.
64A Township Avenue.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I read the application?
Yes, you may.
64A Township Avenue. The Upper Chichester Township received a written application on March 5th, 2021, 94-5213. Applicant is proposing a drive-through Dunkin' Donuts on C2 parcel on Route 322. Several variances are being requested for yard setbacks, buffer, and landscaping and parking regulations. Signage variances are being requested.
I take my mask off while I speak.
Go back 6 feet.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Tyler Terrio, and I'm here on behalf of Diptesh Patel, the applicant, on this application before you this evening. As Mr. Renamani mentioned, this is a particular parcel of Zone C2. It is currently home to a auto repair shop. What is being proposed is a drive-through, takeout-only Dunkin' Donuts. The current improvement on the property is 3,200 square feet. The proposed development on the property is a little over 1,100 square feet. We're here today asking for a number of variances. I'd like to keep this short if I could, given the time of the evening. I'd like to call our witness, our engineer, Anthony Caponegro. Anthony, can you hear us?
I can. Can everybody hear me?
Can you swear him in over via? Never did that before either.
Mr. Caponegro, would you please state your name and your address for the record?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Anthony Caponegro with Kimley Horn and Associates. My address is 50 South 16th Street, Suite 3010, 3010. That's at 50 South 16th Street, Philadelphia, PA.
Now I want to ask you to take the oath, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Counsel?
Thank you so much, Mr. Renamonte. Anthony, what is your occupation?
Site civil engineer.
And are you a licensed engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
That is correct, yes.
And when did you become a licensed engineer in this wonderful Commonwealth?
2013 is when I got my license.
Can you please describe your educational background for the board?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Widener, or from Widener University, sorry, in 2008, 2006, sorry. And that's my education background.
All right. And can you briefly describe any professional memberships or certifications you have?
Sure. So I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Pennsylvania, along with the state of New Jersey and the state of Delaware. I am a member of the ASCE and the ICSC, which are both civil engineering programs, and I have provided testimony throughout the state of Pennsylvania at numerous locations, townships, boroughs, throughout the state in various counties for applications similar as this.
Beautiful. And you are the engineer for this project, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You offer this,
That's,
as an expert?
that was my next statement.
Mr. Chairman?
Accepted as an expert
Wonderful.
witness.
Anthony, could you please move through our application for the board?
Sure thing. So as far as it's difficult for me to see what is up on the board, just to confirm, Tyler, if you don't mind.
I will, Mr. IT gentlemen, can we go with Exhibit 1 for us?
And that is the aerial, right, Tyler?
Should be, yep.
Okay, the aerial up on your screen, Exhibit 1, is the location of the property today. As you can see on this aerial, it shows the project address of 464 A Conchester Avenue, and that is the facility that currently occupies an auto repair facility. You can see the wide open curb cut along that frontage. There is a property line that separates the residential structure to the west versus the automobile repair shop that's located where the proposed Dunkin' Donuts is going to be located. So there is not a clear access or separate, really the property just straddles the property line. So there's really not clear definition between the two. The proposed Dunkin' Donuts will propose removing the auto body shop and place the Dunkin' Donuts on the property that's more positioned on the east side of this aerial. So if you go to the next, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Anthony, let me stand up here and. Oh, can I use the mouse?
Yeah, but that fancy.
Yeah.
So here it does. So this is the current auto body shop.
That is correct, yes.
This is the also commercially zoned parcel, but it is used residentially currently.
That is correct, yes. Both parcels are zoned C2.
The current square footage of the auto body shop is 3,200 square feet. Is that correct, Anthony?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And the proposed replacement of that auto body shop, the drive-through Dunkin' Donuts, is approximately 1,152 square feet, correct?
That is correct.
So we're cutting it down by 2/3. Or a
That's
third of
correct.
what exists.
Correct.
Moving on to A2, if we could, sir.
So A2 here is the existing conditions plan of the auto body shop. As you can see, the property is outlined there and is approximately 0.435 acres in size. It has a lot width of 128 feet along Route 322 and a lot depth of 165.9 feet from front to back. And the depth of that lot is important as it relates to the first variance request associated with the setbacks for the rear residential setback. But as this property shows, this existing auto body building is located much closer to the rear and side property line than the proposed Dunkin' Donuts project will be. And we feel that the variances associated with the setback of the Dunkin' Donuts will be an improvement beyond this existing addition As you can see here, the rear setback of the building to the rear property line is approximately 8 feet to the rear, and it is approximately 9 feet to the west, which is adjacent to that commercially zoned residential structure. And there is adequate, there's generally adequate, setback from the western property line. However, I'm sorry, on the eastern property line, and we don't need a variance from the eastern property line. We're only dealing with the western property line as it relates to the building setback.
And Anthony, I know this is a little awkward, sir, but can you explain to the board what the current requirements are in this for the setback of both the rear and the side yards, what the current situation is and what we are proposing?
Sure. So sticking with the buffers first, the buffer setback for the side and rear yard when abutting a residential district shall be 15 feet for a lot depth of 150 feet to 199 feet. So again, our lot depth here is 165.9 feet. Therefore, a 15-foot buffer is required adjacent to the residential district. The residential district for this property is located along the rear property line and along the northeast property line. The residential district is not along the western property line. So going to the rear yard today, there is approximately a 1 to 1.2 foot setback of impervious coverage against that rear property line. And on the side yard, there's an existing setback of approximately 0.6 feet of the impervious coverage from the side yard. So there's essentially no buffer provided between the side and rear yard today where the site abuts the residential zone district. The plan proposes to improve both of those conditions with a rear yard setback of 10 foot and a side yard setback on the northeast of 4 feet. And that's again adjacent to the residential district line. The building setback as it relates to the property, a 50-foot setback is required adjacent to a residential zone and or use. So when we look at the western property, we have a 50-foot setback due to the residential use on the adjacent property in this commercial zoning district. Today, the building of the auto body is set back approximately 9 foot from that western property line, and the proposed Dunkin' Donuts building will be approximately 34.3 feet. And again, the Dunkin' Donuts position will comply with the eastern property line and the rear property line setbacks for the building.
Exhibit A3, if we could, sir.
Let me scroll out some. Let me zoom out on this, please.
Anthony, is that okay?
I kind of see an enlarged area, kind of moving all around. Do you guys see the full plan there?
We can. Now, the board does have hard copies in front of them, which at this point in time is probably the easiest to see, I would.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. So this exhibit in front of you here is the proposed zoning plan for the Dunkin' Donuts building. As you can see, the building is positioned generally in the center of the lot with a western side yard setback at 34 feet and a eastern side yard setback of 51 feet and a front yard setback of approximately 50 feet to the southwest corner. So we're meeting the front yard setback, the eastern property setback, and then the rear yard setback of 53 feet complies with the rear yard setback as well. So again, the western property line setback of 34 feet is the variance being requested. And as I mentioned, the existing auto body shop is only 9 feet from that property line today. Going to the rear of the site regarding the buffer, we are proposing a 10-foot buffer. We're pulling that curb line further away from the residential zone. Within that buffer, we will also be installing a screen fence to comply with the screen buffer requirement within that buffer. So again, the rear buffer today is essentially is 1 foot, and we're proposing 10 foot. So we're improving that rear buffer by, approximately 9 feet. On the side yard, which is to the northeast, adjacent to the residentially zoned district line, there is a approximately 0 foot buffer there today, and we're improving that to 4 feet. So you can see there's a curb line being pulled further away from that boundary line, and we're going to be establishing a screen fence along there as well. And the remaining area of that will be planted with, ground cover perennials and things of that nature. And then again, on the western property line, we will be establishing a curb line to really delineate these two properties, and we will not have a shared curb cut to the Conchester Highway anymore. We'll have a more defined curb cut for the Dunkin' Donuts facility, and this will really establish the separate properties that truly exist here.
We look at Exhibit A4, which I think will help illustrate Anthony's landscaping comments.
Correct. Yeah. So this plan, again, as Tyler mentioned, illustrates the green that we're adding to this plan. In today's plan, if you go back to the aerial, if you want to, there's really 0 impervious coverage. It's primarily impervious, and we are proposing, obviously, as this plan shows, a lot more green space, green area, trees, plantings on the plan to accommodate the proposed Dunkin' Donuts facility. The next, if you would like, Tyler, I can get into the next variance on the list here.
Yes.
Okay, so the next variance would be from section 600-139 to allow 13 off-street parking spaces in lieu of the required 18 spaces. As you can see on this exhibit, we're positioning. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Our exhibit moved, Anthony. We're going back to the rendering.
Okay. So on the rendering exhibit here, you can see our parking space layout. We have 4 angled spaces along the south property line. We have 2 in front of the building. We have 3 on the adjacent eastern side of the building, and we have 4 parallel spaces along the west side of the building. So this is the positioning of the parking spaces. And just to note, the actual use of this building is a Dunkin' Donuts restaurant, but it will be a drive-through only restaurant. So there will be no indoor dining associated or indoor seating associated with this building. So the emphasis here, as you can see on this plan, is really regarding the drive-through. This plan proposes a side-by-side drive-through configuration to maximize stacking, to maximize queuing, and to maximize efficiency of the drive-through. We have met with PennDOT. We received positive feedback from their traffic review of our queuing analysis, and that's really the crux of this plan, is to really maximize the queuing on site to avoid any conflicts with Route 322, and to really maximize the amount of stacking and queuing that's available on the property for the drive-through use, which again is the intended primary use of this restaurant, a drive-through only restaurant. There will be a pickup window associated with this building as well for anybody that may want to do an order ahead or do a order on their app and do a pickup. They can come to the facility, park their car, pick up from the window, and then leave. But essentially, that's a very small, business sense based on conversations with the franchisee as far as the percentage of business that actually uses that service. And with typical other facilities that are operating as drive-through only, Dunkin's really looking to, achieve 6 to 8 spaces maximum, and we're providing 13. Again, just trying to get closer to this code requirement. We don't want to have a plan that completely does not park to the maximum extent as we can to work with the code that we have in front of us, but also understanding that this is a drive-through use only building. There will not be indoor seating. These will be quick turnover spaces should somebody want to use them for a window pickup. And then the other note is those 3 spaces adjacent to the building on the east side that seem to be blocked by the drive-through lane stacking will be signed as employee use only. So they will be used by the employees so that there's not a short turnover of those parking spaces if there should be a drive-through queue that would back up in front of those 3 spaces. So we have our employee parking located to the east of the building, and then the spaces located around the perimeter and in the front of the building will be primarily used for if somebody orders from an app and wants to do a pickup at the window. But there will be no in and out of the store, sit downs in the store, or any seating in the store itself. Everything will be primarily driven by the drive-through. And then lastly, as it relates to a variance, we do have a variance associated with menu board signs. This is from 600-150.B, parens 3. As described with the drive-through operation, we will have a side-by-side drive-through configuration, so we need 2 menu boards. The code only allows 1 menu board for a drive-through facility, and as I mentioned, this facility does not work with only 1 menu board. We need 2 menu boards to maximize the efficiency, speed up the queuing so that there is no backing up that could ever occur at the Route 322 driveway. And again, we also have a pre-sell board as you enter into the drive-through lane that is being considered at this time by Dunkin' Donuts. And that gives, again, folks the ability to see a pre-item on the board. So when they get to the menu board to place the order, they've already seen a advertisement of some of the the items being advertised, and further helps speed up the drive-through efficiency here. And that's the essential need for the 3 menu board signs in lieu of the 2 permitted. Now,
It helps for the efficiency and the stacking of the drive, correct?
That's correct. And just one more note on there: the menu boards are sized at approximately 20 to 20.5 square feet. They're around 21 square feet at max, and the code allows up to 25 square feet. So the menu board signs size are under the permitted, the maximum permitted size sign. It's just the number of signs that we need. So the size is compliant. It's just the number.
And then can we also look at A5, please? And what you'll see here, members of the board, is just the proposed buffer fencing along the back of the side of the property, instead of, I believe, currently chain link.
Yeah, currently the property is surrounded by chain link. There's no screening associated with the perimeter, fencing that exists on the property today. And this is actually a live picture from a recently constructed, facility by Mr. Patel. And this is the type of fence that he recommends or prefers along his screening along the side property. So
this fencing is from their Dunkin' Donuts down in Bethel at Naaman's Creek and Volk Road, Sunoco property.
And, that's all I have here.
Okay. At this point in time, I'd open up the questions from the board for the engineer.
Sure. That fencing that you're showing right now, is that going to be 6 to 8 feet, correct?
Yes, correct.
6 to 8. You can go as high as 8 feet, but it has to be minimum is 6.
Okay, sure thing. Yep, it'll be 6 to 8 feet. Yes, that is the intent with the screen fence.
And you're going to have, I'm sure you're going to have signage up that's going to say right in, left out only.
Oh, yes. And part of the project will be to reestablish and make sure that, part of the 322 improvement project along this frontage, this plan is tying into that, and we'll be planning for that. And we'll also be taking the ability to add delineators along the frontage of the site to enforce that right in, right out only. And also the future 322 widening actually extends the median to in front of this driveway location. So the delineators won't be needed, and there will actually be a physical barrier there in the future.
Now, your neighbor is going to put in his own, I'm concerned, the only concern I have really is the decel lane. Is it going to go as far up as your neighbor that's using the common driveway right now? There's a driveway that comes from the neighbor's house and the auto shop, I guess.
Yes. So the decel lane will also capture their existing driveway for their property. And to note, with the 322 improvement plan, that driveway will go away and will be wrapped around differently than what is shown now.
Thank you. Anything, guys?
Yeah, how about so the parking spots on the east side, west side? Mm-hmm. 4 spots.
Yes.
what is the purpose of that? If this is
Again,
dry-
yeah, there are 4 parallel spaces along that side property line. Again, to work with the ordinance that we have to try to achieve a parking plan that more captures or gets closer to this parking demand. It was really out of a genesis from the township engineers review, because we did file a land development application for this project, and we identified some variances that the engineer pointed out, and that's why we're here tonight. And one of the recommendations was to work with this side property line to add some additional parking if possible.
that has to be there. This is according to. Okay. And how about the dumpster in the back corner there? Is that is that like kind of the best location? You guys can come up with that? Like, kind of looking forward here, I kind of see a conflict, with the adjoining property.
Well, and that'll be a enclosed dumpster. We'll have I believe, an 8-foot CMU block wall around there to screen that and to provide it, to provide the proper screening. Access to that dumpster is the most efficient in that location for the truck to enter, circulate the site, and then enter that straight on. Or position that dumpster again within the, outside of the required setback from the rear residential district. And the location here is kind of towards the back of that property that's to the west, and hopefully, adjacent to their garage, where, hopefully it doesn't cause any kind of concerns or nuisance. But again, it's towards the back of the property where, is most efficient for the dumping operation and for the one-way circulation of this site for, waste management or the trucking company to really circulate the site in the proper fashion, front load, and then back up and exit right down the side of the building there to the driveway on 322.
How about up in the front corner, south side, the 322 side, them 4 spots up in there? What are they, what's the purpose of that? Being a drive-through facility?
Yeah, again, we want to have some minimal parking, as I did mention. This drive-through program for Dunkin' typically requires somewhere in the 6 to 8, 9 parking spaces is what they like to have on here, just to have an adequate number for those folks that do want to do a window pickup stall. So those 4 spaces in the front would probably be the most commonly used spaces for that program, because as you enter and you make a right in the one-way circulation, those will be the first 4 spaces that you would see and park in, and then you can kind of walk across into the pickup window area to grab your beverage. But essentially, those 4 spaces are probably the ones that are going to be most utilized for that priority pickup at the window, should somebody want to order from their app. The 4 parallel spaces on the western property line, I can see them being very seldomly used. But again, the 4 spaces in the front are probably the more prime candidates for those parking of individuals using the window pickup service.
I have 2 concerns. One is, like you said, the dumpster location, I believe should be in front of the.
I can't hear you.
Howard Mosley speaking. I have 2 concerns. The dumpster location and the 4, I think they should be where the 4 parallel parking spots are in the front, which would be away from the neighbors as far as smell of garbage and stuff like that. And then the 3 parallel parking spots right at the drive-through. That seems to be a conflict. People will be backing out or pulling out, and drive-through cars would be coming in.
Those have been labeled just for employee parking. Those are being reserved for employee parking.
Just for employee parking?
Yes.
Whenever you signed as such, so that they're only
well, employee parking.
Kind of. Still a conflict.
Yeah.
Sort of sorts.
Okay, but, I think dumpster would be better located in the front corner, in front of where that parking area is, and then encased.
Yeah,
And maybe letting that area be a parking spot.
Well, the only thing and Anthony, you'll have to speak to this, but I believe if the dumpster's at the front of the property, you're gonna have setback issues. Right now, we're compliant with the code to the front of the property. If we move the dumpster up there, we will not be.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, the location of the property meets zoning ordinance setback requirements.
So if two of them spots were eliminated, and that whole kind of, because that's my biggest concern over this whole projected plan here is, is the placement of that dumpster. Tell you the truth, it's
Well, again, that, just to make sure we're all checking, putting the dumpster in the front of the site obviously creates, I expect, I don't know the ordinance, maybe Mr. Remili could speak to this, but is there a setback requirement for that dumpster in the front? Or even not allowed in the front yard? And then secondly, that property to the west is a commercially zoned property that can always change into a commercial property. Whereas keeping that dumpster on the west side is most advantageous for circulation efficiency. And furthermore, the location right now meets the ordinance setback location requirements. So, we'll work with the engineer during the land development application.
Yeah, just to clarify, this property over here to the left of the dumpster is commercially zoned, C2. Used as a residential use at this point in time.
And those are the residents?
Yeah. Yes.
And that doesn't, and you're good with that?
My husband, there's like built garage.
Well, we would want the dumpster up front, there's no trash that comes in from the highway, we'd rather have it in the back.
Okay.
Can't hear them.
Well, we'll testify.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah.
they'll testify.
I thought he was.
past Tom's bedtime.
Okay, are we done with your testimony?
If no one else has any questions, then Anthony's done at this point in time, yes.
I have a question. You have a lane to pull safely into the dumping zone. Is there any plan to put one to pull out safely from back onto 322?
Sorry, I did not hear that question.
Excel and decel
You have a
lanes.
lane to go into the Dunkin' Donuts safely, but I don't see one coming out to get on
Sure.
322 safely. Barbara's going to get the 322.
Yeah, well, we actually have been talking to the township engineer about that, and we'll take the, PennDOT's also going to weigh in on that, so we're working with that during the land development approval process here and with our PennDOT permit. That has been a comment that has been raised, and we're looking at options here because again, the temporary nature of this plan has some genesis associated with the 322 widening work that's occurring here, so there could be an acceleration lane that comes into play here that will need to be coordinated with the Route 322 improvement plans from PennDOT. So there's some coordination effort for that. But right now, we did get the comment and discuss this with the Planning Commission, and it's something we're looking into with PennDOT and the township engineer.
So once PennDOT starts doing the work on the widening of 322, what does that do to your setbacks after that work's complete?
Yeah, so this property line reflects the future right of way for PennDOT. So the setbacks.
On 322,
sorry.
On 322, you're where there's 4 lanes of highway. It's not down to 2 lanes, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so it's already 4 lanes at that location.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Oh.
At this location? No, this is 2 lanes at this location.
It's before the narrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone in the audience for or against this application? Yes, ma'am.
I'd be happy to. My name is Tina Selby Ware. I live at 247 Story Road. Did you ask me to go?
Ask you to take the oath.
Oh, sure.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I do.
the truth. Thank you. Why don't you tell the board what you'd like to say?
Well, I wouldn't say I have, for or against, but I do have additional questions and concerns that I would like answered if possible. My husband and I do. I attended the February 5th, 2020 meeting for the widening of 322. And that area was deemed to, for the noise study, was deemed to have impacted by noise, that whole strip from the corner of Story Road down to Ms. Bradley's home. However, they mentioned that, you know, it wasn't benefited to have a noise barrier. So at the time, when I spoke to the gentleman, I believe he may have been from the Regional Planning Commission, he mentioned because a barrier would require 500 feet from a home. So I wanted to know about, has anyone taken into consideration the additional noise now that the Dunkin' Donuts plans to be there and what the ramifications of that would be? Because at the time, we, you know, the noise sensor was taken at 465, which is right next to me. So I'm not quite sure of the decibel level that, but it reached, for them, it reached the impact where it would have benefited to have a noise barrier. So I'm concerned about it being bumped up with noise from the project, you know, and the cars idling, and the other noise of the speakers, you know, welcome, may I take your order, things of that nature. So has anyone given that consideration or discussed that?
Is this going to be a 24-hour? What are the hours going to be?
It'll be from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m.
5 to 8?
5 a.m.
Correct.
And also I had a question about vermin and such, like we mentioned the dumpsters. The Dunkins that I've seen, like on Market Street, the one off of not Chichester, by the 95 expressway. I know that sometimes the garbage may pile up. I mean, I've noticed that when they built it, I was thinking to myself like, oh, I wonder how the neighbors feel about having a Dunkin' so close. However, I've seen trash at times, birds and foodstuffs maybe around that area. So when will the garbage be picked up possibly? Or what's the schedule for that? And how will you mediate that type of situation?
Correct. So we have a garbage pickup 3 times a week. Usually Dunkin' normally has twice a week, but we just do it 3 times a week just so we can have our the dumpster lids closed all the time, so we don't get any birds or any any of that nature to come into the dumpster.
I noticed the one I see mostly when I'm coming home, it has some type of canister for, I guess, storage. Would you have anything, additional storage issues or?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I know that my one neighbor, Ms. Bradley, who was at 462, she was unable to make it. She wanted me to speak for her, but I understand she's not here.
It's hearsay. We can hear it, but we have to weigh it as hearsay. She could call
I gave her
in.
the number, and I think she may have tried, but I texted her. I haven't heard back from her. but she had similar concerns, and she's more impacted than I because she's right next door, the house right there, so. Yeah.
We're on one side, she's on the other, yeah.
So,
This is her.
yeah, that's her.
Yeah,
So,
that was us.
I live right behind it.
Directly behind you.
Not directly, I'm over to the, like, I'm in back of Miss Bradley. There's another house right here, that's 465 stories.
Well, we live closer to.
Yeah, our house is
Closer, a lot closer.
It would be Deanna Bradley.
Okay.
All right,
Do you know where, can I ask you a question? Do you know where the proposed sound barriers were going to be put up, or are they going to be put up?
they aren't because they would need to be 500 feet from the homes. So, at the time, I took a picture on my phone of the survey. I don't know if you have access to it, from February 5th. It was right here in this space, regarding it. But it showed like Market Street in front of Story Road was impacted with noise. And that area right back there, it has an impact regarding noise. So I am concerned about how loud, how loud or how many decibels your actual speakers are, or for greeting customers and such?
No, ma'am.
If you're able to modify the volume at all?
Yes, we are able to lower the volume, but as long as the customers can hear.
I think that covered my questions right now. Thank you for your time. I believe my husband has an additional follow-up question, if possible.
Sure.
Thank you for your time.
You.
State your name and your address for the record.
Christopher J. Ware, 247 Story Road, Upper Chichester, Pennsylvania, 19014.
Yes, sir. You swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. What the board would this like to say?
Good evening. I know it's been a long evening. I think my wife covered a lot of the concerns that we have. We definitely understand that the township is, trying to improve. I understand the impact that 322 is going to bring to the area. My biggest concerns, to be brief at 10:30 at night after sitting here for over 3 hours, I'm concerned about the noise. I'm concerned about the light that's going to come from the signs. Now, I did hear the engineer state that the variances that they're looking for signs specifically are going to be for the menus. Are there going to be any, signs that are going to be high up, like for advertising on 322, that would be able to be seen from the development? In general, I'm concerned about noise, I'm concerned about pollution, and I'm concerned about any type of light pollution with signs that aren't menu signs. So.
So there,
Yeah.
there will be a sign along 322, a freestanding sign that will be along the frontage of 322 and will be compliant with the maximum requirements of the ordinance. I expect that the height of that sign, I believe, is somewhere in the 20-foot range. Whatever the maximum height is, I'm not exactly sure. So it wouldn't be a high-rise pylon sign for Dunkin' Donuts notification. So that it'll be in accordance with the ordinance, that the maximum height there, and I can look that up if necessary. But yes, there's not a excessive height sign going in the front. And in the back, there is an overhead electric line in the back that we're being asked to provide an easement for, that traverses the property. We have the screen fence going in. We're going to work with that within that easement to do whatever additional plantings or, plantings or shrubbery or some evergreens that we can that's permitted by the easement to help with any other noise concerns you have, to help drown out any kind of noise from the development. But the intent is to really pull that curb line back from where the improvements of the existing site today extend to, and really try to establish some type of buffer between the rear of the site and the rear property line, and also install again this 6 to 8 foot high screen fence to help further reduce any kind of headlight glare going around the drive-through, or any help further drown out any of the noise that may come from any of the ordering that's occurring with the drive-through.
And I guess in summation, my final concern, which some of the members of the zoning board had already expressed, is about the waste management system. It's 1030, the dumpster. I understand that in a business like that, it has to be somewhere. We've already heard, our neighbors, that are next to the building saying that they don't want it in the front. So even at this point, as you plan, I'm sure you can see it's starting to be competing interests between the two neighbors. And I'm not saying that in an adversarial type of way. It's where are you going to put the garbage? And we're still in Delaware County. It's semi-rural. Mice and vermin, they can get in. I'm a New Yorker. I was born in Brooklyn, New York. They're not going to stay within the confines of that. And, we have a lot of land, especially in the winter or the summer when it's hot. It's like water. Water and vermin will travel anywhere. So that right there is definitely going to be a concern, because looking at it as I'm a STEM guy too, a software engineer, and you can assume that the ordinances were put in by people who are trained and people who know about it for a reason. So when and this is from a high level, and I'm pro-business, but when you're asking for ordinances on every side of it, like I understand what you're trying to do as far as the business, but it's almost like you're trying to push it in there. Exactly. Yeah, you're trying to push it in there, and it's ultimately there's if it were one ordinance, you can work them with that, but you're going from 50 feet to 38 feet. You're going from 15 feet to 4 feet. I don't know if this board is going to be ruling on this tonight. And like I said, it's late, but we're the neighbors. We're in Delaware County. We pay, I think, the highest property taxes within the state of Delaware. So what I would respectfully ask the board to do, if they're not going to vote on it this evening, and I'm not telling you what to do, is if there's any type of written report that, me as a citizen of the county would have, I guess, access to or be able to look at, that what the compelling reasons are for doing that and how it's not ultimately going to affect us. I mean, again, I'm pro-business. I'm not trying to stop anybody from making money, but it's the aggregate effects that I'm concerned about. In other words, Marcus took this area. We produced Sunoco. We produced a lot of the oil refineries, but I'm sure everybody here can raise their hand and know somebody who's died from asbestos. So there's, it's just something that we talk about in tech all the time. Something happens, but then what are the ramifications that come afterwards? And just by default, the fact that we were sent certified letters, the law and the ordinances, they certainly respect the fact that we're going to be the neighbors in the area who are most affected by it. So I thank everyone for their time.
Thank you. One question you didn't ask or resolve was the lighting. Is that light that's out on 322 going to be on 24 hours a day?
The signage? I don't believe so. Not the test.
Yes, it will turn off at 8 p.m.
And also the menu boards will also turn off at 8 p.m.?
Correct.
What kind of security lighting do you have, and is it going away from the properties, the residential properties? Do you have it so it's just going to be shining on your property? Yeah, facing your property. Not, in other words, there won't be any spillover onto their backyard.
There will not be. No, we have a lighting plan that was included with the land development plan set, and there's 0 foot candle spillover into the adjacent properties.
Okay, 0. Thank you. Yes.
That is on the east side, correct, Anthony?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question, Tyler. Sorry.
My papers are.
Sorry, I did not hear that question.
The side abutting the residential district.
The sign,
Yes.
in your application for variance, you seek a side yard. It says required 15-foot buffer. You propose 4 foot. On what side?
That's on the northeast side of the site,
Okay.
where the eastern curb line is proposed.
Very good. That's with the existing residentially zoned area, right? The zoned house is actually residential. Is that correct? On
That's
the east
correct,
side?
yes.
All right.
On the east
Then
side.
the rear yard, it says required 15, proposed 10, just buffer. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Then the side yard setback, abutting a residential use, required 50, proposed 34. What side?
That's on the west.
West side, okay? Just to make sure. All right, then 18 spots required, you propose 13. Menu sign, you're allowed 1, you're proposing 3. Not 3 more, but 3 in total.
3 in total.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, we'll come to you. All right, we're done here. Anyone else in the audience for or against this applicant?
I have a question. Can anybody hear me?
Okay, yes. John, a swear in. Okay.
To answer the gentleman's question.
Would you please state your name and address?
Grant, and my house is right next to this pond, and I've been there since 1964, and seen a lot of changes on Chester Highway. And the gentleman was concerned about the signs on the highway.
I have to ask you to take the oath.
Okay.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Trying to throw you off your game here.
Not me. I've been there since 1964, and like I said, I have seen a lot of changes, certainly. And about the signs of the establishment, I don't think it'd be worse than the wall sign or the veterinary sign.
We can't hear her.
No.
Of their business. And as far as like, you go up to the Wawa area, there's a certain amount of lighting, which is to be expected, and it really is good for the people that are traveling the highway. And like I say, there are businesses open all over the place, and I, for one, live right next door to this, and I understand they are trying to do the best they can to make it comfortable for all concerned. All concerned, not just you, me, a certain few, but for everybody. Now, like I say, we're here to back them up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go
I'd
out.
like to say something.
Whoever's
I'd like
online.
to say something.
Okay, go ahead, state your name.
My name is Tony Farrell, and I live at 466 Story Road in Upper Chi. I just had some questions about just the exit plan that Duncan is trying to work out with PennDOT. We all know that they're going to widen 322, but is it going to, what you're trying to work out with PennDOT, is that going to be contained to just the widening of 322, or could there be something that comes up later that has Dunkin' Donut exiting into our development to, get out in any way, shape, or form? That would concern me. So that would be my number one concern. I would not appreciate it, I guess, too much if that were to come up and get approved and you already bought the property, and next we've got your traffic coming through our neighborhood, because it's a really quiet neighborhood. And Upper Chi, the commissioners, they were so nice to take into consideration the residents on Story Road and, create like a little bit of a cul-de-sac so we can't get that off-road traffic from 322 coming through our quiet neighborhood. So would it be premature to approve this right now, or would it be something that we really should wait for PennDOT to work out with Duncan before they can get the approval to do this?
I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking, ma'am. Are you asking that or are you concerned that in the future, the entrance and exit off of this property will no longer be onto 322, it will be on the Story Road behind the property?
Yes, the exit. Because they said that the entrance is going to come directly from 322, correct?
It'll be a right in and right out.
Yeah, right in, right out. Entrance and exit only on 322. There will be no other ins and outs out of this property.
Okay, that's good to know. The other concern that I had was the garbage, the dumpster, like everybody's mentioned. I know it's late, but we have a lot of cats in the area, a lot of wild cats, and you're putting that dumpster in the back of or somewhere close to the residential neighbor. And there's a high concentration of wild cats, in that area. So what are you going to do to stop, to prohibit them from eating from that dumpster and spreading that garbage all over the place?
The dumpster is a self-contained unit, but also I would just argue that if you were to put that dumpster out front and you're concerned about cats, 322 is going to be a lot of dead cats.
Well, I mean, I'm not a cat lover, but I don't, they roam. Like, we used to have squirrels. We don't have squirrels anymore. We used to have a lot of birds, cardinals, blue jays. We don't have that many anymore. So we're being overrun with cats everywhere. Like on Story Road, my neighbor, right across from me, they're everywhere. Cats are everywhere. We're being overrun by cats.
Ma'am,
so putting that dump. Yeah.
I don't mean to be flippant, but I have it on good authority. Cats don't like donuts. So
don't like
cats
donuts.
Don't like you.
Yeah,
I hope not. I hope not. Well, that's good. And that's really good to know. And as long as the lighting is contained to the building, not, that was a great question that was brought up. I'm really okay with it as long as, it's not going to disturb us, because again, we're a quiet neighborhood. You're opening at 5 a.m. and you're closing it at 8. 8 o'clock is not bad. And that's every day of the week, right? Dunkin' is open every day of the week.
That's correct.
Do you ever close for any holidays at all?
It's always time to make the donuts.
It's true.
Okay. I know, right? All right. Well, I'm not going to oppose you, but like I said, if PennDOT changes it and you guys have to go through Story Road, I'm going to have a sign out there and I'm going to bring some friends to support me.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one question for the engineer. Has anyone done a study as to how Dunkin' Donuts being there may adversely affect the property value of the real estate and the residents in that area? And I ask that question because I live in an area where a lot of industry and business came into, and it really depreciated the property values. So I'm wondering, has anyone evaluated that to know how the residents in that area may, because a lot of people are asking questions about the dumpster, the parking, there's a lot of variances that you are requesting to be approved in order to put your business there. But no one has actually answered or even spoke about how are the people's property values going to be affected.
Because that's not, I speak out, the engineer doesn't need to speak out. That's not a question of a law right now or the zoning hearing board. This is a C2 zoning district. This is a use by right.
Right, I understand.
We're just looking for some setback variances that are would put the property in a better position than it is currently. As the property sits at 4/10 of an acre, a little bit over 4/10 of an acre, it's almost undevelopable based on the setbacks that are required on the zoning ordinance.
I'm just wondering.
No, I understand your.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because that's something that maybe those people out there need to ask.
Yeah,
And
I mean, if you were to do all the requirements of this zoning ordinance, I think you might have like a 10 by 15 foot ice shack, you know? It's, you know, you'd have this, one of those things they have down south where you get your bags of ice. That's all you could.
I understand
put
that,
here.
but what
Yeah.
I'm saying, sometimes when nothing is there, it doesn't depreciate the value of the properties around. That's what I'm saying. But sometimes you can put something in a position that detracts from the property value. That's all I'm saying.
And I do understand that, but I do think the proposed development is probably more attractive and better for property values than a rundown auto body shop.
With due respect, and I appreciate your point, but I also have to agree with him as a property owner. You're under the law, you know, you deal with facts and you deal with facts of law. You don't live in those houses, so.
I can't hear him.
We're talking about, something that has to be, has to be looked at. It's easy to say that, go ahead and build the Dunkin' Donuts, and then 6 months later, our property values are dropping by 5 or 10%. So it's somewhat, with due respect, somewhat flippant or disingenuous for you to say, oh, we're just putting something there and it's better than having nothing. Not if that lowers my property value. So.
I agree. I understand your position, sir, and I certainly don't mean to be flippant, but under the requirements of the law in front of the zoning hearing board, that's not something we're required to prove.
I'm just saying.
Okay. We're going to take anyone else online that would like to, okay.
Yes, I have a question.
We have one more online. Go ahead.
My name's Sandra Furline, and I live at 464 Story Road, and that is right where Story Road has been shut down at. My concern with the Dunkin' Donuts there, even though they're going to have an exit on the 322, what's to stop them from going out that exit and right on the Story Road and then driving across my property and my front lawn to get around the barrier?
They have testified that they will not be coming onto Story Road. The only exits and entrance will be on 322.
How will they not be able to get on 320, excuse me, how will they not be able to get on Story Road? Because you can turn onto Story Road from 322.
That's blocked. Blocked off. Blocked off. That's a metal thing. It could be for us. We have to go way up to go around. We've been
There's-
doing this for years and never.
Mr. Romali has some testimony. Mr. Romali, you're under oath already. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify the dumpsters. Township has a separate ordinance, not part of the zoning ordinance. Dumpsters must be located behind the building line, and they must be completely enclosed with a closed lid. Just wanted to clarify that.
That's not going to stop vermin.
Any other questions? All right, we're going to take a real quick 5-minute. 2-minute, yeah.
Hi, how are you? That's quite all right. Well, actually,
And I'm still waiting for an answer on Story Road.
1962, he was the house that was on the Township. So I'm right there, you know, on. And as they said, my husband had a business. Yeah. And, yeah, the power can come to my house, stuff at my house. Yeah. Yeah. Bring, yeah. I've been out there for a long time. Oh my God. Really trying to. Yeah. I don't know what I said. And I have to fill it up. Yeah. They had stores all over. Yeah, I should have. I went to it. Yeah, but not here, not ever. Yeah, it's the first time. So I told John to tell these guys to get out of here. Yeah. They're having it tonight. So are you going to?
I have a question. Actually, this is the longest the board's one in 4 years. Really? Yes. Well, we paid. Yes, you did. We thought that the ordinance was an easy one. The second one, I actually had. I know, that's insane. And then that was it. For like 3 minutes. First one had no problem.
Okay, we're back on. There were some concerns by the board that we need to have addressed. We want to make sure there's a buffer between the Storybook Road and this establishment. If you could come back, we want to continue. It was the consensus that we continue this hearing. Come back next month, you show us how you want to buffer the back. Give us a little bit more information about the dumpster. You know, what kind of closure there's going to be, what brand dumpster you have. Those were very big concerns. And also we want to have it in writing that your times that you're going to be open. And we want you to agree to that, the 5 to 8. And also that there won't be any light going onto the properties. And noise. Well, noise, I don't know if we can.
Noise every year gets worse.
Yeah.
I mean, today there was a truck out front of my mother's house for at least 2 minutes. Lighting on the horn.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, we're going to continue this till next month. Okay. Thank you. Anything else before the board?
Madam Chairman, can I say something? The only thing how are we to control a buffer when there's a property between us and Story Road?
You don't have control of that problem.
No, I'm saying you may have to shorten your building, you may have to shorten your lanes, you may have to do something to allow for that 15-foot buffer, or come back with a different type of screening.
Does it make Story Road one way?
Story Road doesn't have anything to do with this.
Oh, you just mentioned that we needed to come back with a buffer for Story Road.
The people that live on Story Road, I apologize. The people abutting the back of your property.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
In other words, you may come back and say, we can put a concrete wall there. We can put this, which would cut down on the noise. We can put something different, but we're not really, we don't want to give that 15-foot, down to 10-foot right now. We don't like that. We'd like that plantings back there. We'd like to have something different. If you could come back to us, might be a little bit better.
Okay, we will do our best.
Okay, thank you.
As of now, the only way they can come in is off of Market Street.
Okay.
We're concerned, we want the business and we want the residents, Joy to be happy. And I think that's the bottom line of the board right now.
Before I had the place, I had a shop, was more noisy there, more smelling and more oil and everything, and now you discussing about something I can understand. And it was big building, there. Let's discuss happening now. I didn't know. I didn't know all the
Yeah, that's next month.
the buildings come to 3,000 square, it comes to 800 square feet. I don't know why you want to do it.
It's too late for us to talk tonight. We'll talk to some other time. I'm done.